Oh yeah, baby. Deep and sweet. Yo, Joel, I'm fucking up my life. I just broke up with my girlfriend of 11 years. Joel, I need this house music right now. You got it, Jonah. Why'd you guys break up? Also, aren't you young? Aren't you like a freshman in college or some shit? So you guys been dating since you were what, like in elementary school or some shit? You were unhappy. Well, hey man, that's... Oh, you're 28. Oh, wait, what? Oh, since you were 16. Okay, well, you know, if you're unhappy, you're unhappy, man. You got a lot of life to live. Like, don't feel bad, bro. You just stay in shape and try to follow your passions, you know? Love will happen at some point, I guess, you know? What's up, guys, though? It's good to see everyone. Also, don't go too hard on the rebound stuff, you know what I mean? It's sadly not gonna, like, make you feel any better. And also be careful, like, drinking too much, because you probably just end up calling her or some shit, you know what I mean? Probably just need to go on a nice week-long camping trip with the boys. Or some shit, you know what I mean? Properly work this shit out. You're like the Mr. Ballin of reading. Love it. Thank you. Appreciate you. Speaking of which, we got, I'm working on, obviously I have a history podcast called A Twist of History with the Ballin Studios. And a new episode out every Wednesday. And there is a new episode out now. It's linked up above. A Twist of History is available wherever you listen to podcasts, baby. I'm so much more fit than ever. I anticipated the breakup, so I'm getting ripped. Yeah, it's always funny. I remember like hearing people say like girls start getting nervous whenever their boyfriend starts getting in shape because they're like, what the hell's going on here? He's supposed to be ugly for me. Cable ladder races, shoulder press, and face pulls. There you go. Yeah, don't party so hard you become an alcoholic or anything like that, but... Because you know what I mean, like... Some people kind of go through this breakup from high school a little bit earlier, right? So sometimes it can kind of feel like a midlife crisis where you're trying to catch up. But, you know, understand that there's a lot more to life than... the hedonism, you know what I mean? But I totally understand where you're coming from. I definitely already talking to this chick who is... I'm definitely already am talking to this chick who is all my troubles. But you already got another troubled child in your life? A problem person? That doesn't sound holy. What's up, guys? Yeah, how's everybody doing, though? What's new? What's the good news? Have you ever eaten elk meat? I heard it's pretty good. Elk meat. I feel like I had to have had elk meat at Rum. Yeah, that's what I'm eating right now. I just have berries, mixed berries. She's into BTSM. Perfect, dude. You're playing Ultra Ketchup. How was my trip? It was good. It was fun. North Carolina is really beautiful. Got to see quite a bit of it, and the weather was hot as shit, but it was nice. Did I hike? Yeah, I actually got to walk around like the... It was kind of funny. We did a Twist of History episode where we talked about the bootleggers and where they did their like NASCAR races with like the bootlegger cars and stuff, and that's like where NASCAR started. And we got to walk around that track, and it was really nice. There was a huge fucking spider. I've never seen a spider that big just like casually out in the wild, I guess, besides like a brown recluse or some shit, but this thing looked like a goddamn tarantula. It's always interesting when you go like not that far, because it was like a 7-hour drive, but it was like a little over 7, I guess, or something like that. But it was I don't know, it's funny like how fast the biome can kind of change, but not really change. Subway Surfers, yeah, that's what we got in the background. What's up, Tree Flush? Would I adopt a huntsman spider? I would not, no. I feel like huntsmans just seem really aggressive. That's kind of why I like tarantulas are just little 8-legged cats. I don't think so, man. You going to Maine on Sunday? What are you doing there? Sign your adoption papers. I'm gonna adopt someone that's 35. Another 35-year-old adopting a 35-year-old. The last time I was on a live stream was before starting a new job and finally 1 month in. Nice, AJ. How's that going? A silverback gorilla, but with 8 limbs like a spider. Holy shit. 100 people versus it. Just starts ripping us in half. I'll be honest with you, that 100 people versus the gorilla thing, I genuinely do think that we could handle it. I think I think a lot of us would be surprised how short work we would make of a fucking gorilla. Like, yeah, we would piss it off, but if enough of us, like, piled on top and went, like, right for the fucking eyeballs or something, went right for the peanuts. Advice for everyone, life always does get better, and look up. I definitely didn't think I would be here today, and now I'm 34 with $2 and a fiance. There you go, Miranda. Happy for you. Yeah, as long as you never give up, life will never give up on you. What's up, Zella? How go with it? You like house music? Rain the peanuts. My credit cap increased today. There you go. Now you can start a bank. You can start loaning out money to your friends. I'm in Millinocket, the bottom of Mount Katahdin, the Appalachian Trail. Nice, that's cool. Did you ever see anything weird out there? Intense undercover inspection. I'm waiting for the day one of my experiences urges a write a story. Oh yeah, send it in when you do. I love those sets. They are fascinating. Let's read submissions at gmail.com. Would you create a dystopia society if you had the opportunity? I think dystopian societies kind of get created inadvertently, right? So like, sorry, I feel like it's not loud for you guys, but I can't even hear myself. But like, think about it. Humanity and the history of mankind has been dystopian since the very beginning, you know? The wrongful, taxation of people, the wrongful imprisonment, the enslavement of people, all cultures throughout time and still going on to this day. There's people you don't, North Korea, certain aspects of the Middle East are like dystopian. Like, imagine being imprisoned for some like stupid bullshit in like Raqqa because of Sharia law. Like, imagine how miserable you would be, but you had to sit there and like smile and be like, oh, God is good, or so, the whole earth has been dystopian and will continue to be so. The fact that we even exist in like Western societies that feel somewhat more free than others, it's kind of just like a fluke, in the grander scheme. We just so happen to have like people that were intelligent enough to like get away from monarchies and say like, fuck it, dude, we're making a constitution. And we almost fucked it up by making George Washington king, But we had people that could like see the future and think like, sure, we change stuff now, but then there's always going to be somebody that uses it against you for power. And that's probably where we'll get eventually here with the United States. It's going to, that's where I'm from. It's not going to last forever, whether it's an economic collapse or some sort of internal conflicts or whatever that completely revamp or reshape what we perceive as justice. But you just got to understand that humanity is, we are survivors, and we will keep going. Get this, man. This has been confirmed by real American patriots. I think the Danish family decrowns themselves because they wanted their children to have a normal life. What are you talking about? The Danish family? Have you ever seen the movie A Clockwork Orange? I recently watched it, and I thought it was great, but heard mixed reviews on it. Yeah, I've seen it. I've seen it recently, actually, and I'm not like a massive Clockwork Orange fan. Nothing against it per se. I just, towards the middle when he gets to the institution, I find it kind of boring, right? But at the same time, I understand that it's like sort of like a testament to like brainwashing and conditioning and MK Ultra type stuff. And, there's also a lot of other just like crazy shit that happens as well. But it's just, I'm not losing my mind about it. I mean, they're like some of the fight scenes that they acted like were so gruesome or whatever. Some of it's like comedic. Like they would just run at each other and then like jump on a trampoline and fly through a window. 28 inches later. I haven't seen it yet. I'm so dumb, dude. I didn't get to see it this weekend, but there really wasn't a lot of time. Please don't spoil it. Please, I beg of you. I will see it. I will. Am I the Saturn Soul guy? I am. Yeah, guys. There's a new episode of Saturn Soul out as well, which is my true crime channel. So I got to, I'm working with Ballin on a history podcast. That's out. We got the, true crime edited videos over there. Hopefully doing a promo, for tomorrow's video. Final Destination. I haven't seen that either. I should just like take a day where I just watch like 2 movies in a row. Is Mr. Ballin chill? I've never actually spoken to John before, but I have no doubt in my mind that he's probably chill as fuck. Like he's probably just like locked in, and just, everybody that I've worked with the Ballin Studios is just so nice. Super, super professional. Super, super kind. It's been good. Oh, while you're promoting things, Shadows of the Pines drops July 8th. Okay, yeah, so that is an audio drama that I am producing that Derek has written, I believe, and a lot of interesting performers in that. And I feel bad. It's like so much shit going on at one time. But yeah, Derek, where do they get to see that at? People got to write down my announcements. There's too much shit. Stop taking credit for Saturn Soul. Yeah, they stole my voice. Meditate. Oh, you like the house music? Nice. Meditate. Shadow in the Pines is the channel. Okay, well maybe we'll have to do like an actual maybe you can throw together like an actual promo or something that we can coordinate on like an actual video, because unfortunately the streams, we only got like 160 people right now. I feel like you would like the artist INJI Turkish dance. Interesting. Yeah, I haven't heard of that. Ever been to a rave? I remember seeing Avicii one time, like during college. That was interesting. It was the funniest, like when the lights came on and everybody's like, "Oh, you're ugly." Not to me, but to each other. Maybe I just said that to somebody. Ooh. Clockwork Orange is one of my faves. One of my abusive ex used to wake me up during college exams by pulling on my eyelids and screaming Clockwork Orange. Maybe that's a story I can write about. Damn, that's annoying. At least he didn't hold them open and force you to watch war footage or whatever. Alright, well, anyways, guys, let's let's kick this off. Thanks for being here. Click like, click share. That was some old school deep house mix, 1993 to 2005. If you want to check that out. That'd be funny if like one day I transition like to the reading screen and it's just like a naked man spreading his asshole. Like, what the hell? Like, come on, that's the summer look, guys. It's the summer. The vibe of the summer. How am I? I'm good, honestly. My back is doing like so much better. I've been at the gym. I went to a I'll be patiently waiting, yeah. When I finally get to my butthole reveal. All these other narrators make a big deal out of the face. Who cares? We just want to see where the poop comes from. Alright, anyways. What was I talking about? Diddy, the Diddler case. Yeah, I saw it was like he got 2 charges out of 5 or something. But is that it? Is that all he had was like 5? I thought he was going to have like hundreds. I genuinely thought he was going to have like hundreds of cases against him, unless they've all been like settled out of court or something. I was a nurse for 33 years, seen enough assholes for your entire lifetime. You never can quite see enough of those, I'd say. He got the least 2 serious charges out of 5, yeah. Makes you wonder, you know what I mean? Because a lot of people kind of like said that he was like the Epstein of the rap community or of that like music industry and Hollywood and all that kind of stuff. So obviously quite a few people tied to him that we may never find out about. And yeah, you know, they want to act like justice has been served and then move on to some degree. And I don't know. He needed to be charged and sent to the handmaiden colonies. I do believe my instinct was telling me that he would be much more guilty than it turned out to be. Pokemon77, welcome back for 21 months. What is up, my dude? Been loving the videos. When are you going to do some stories on pirates or ancient Greek and Romans? One of the Twist of History episodes, I don't know if it's out yet, but it's about like pirates and like the metric system, which is pretty interesting. So maybe you can do that. But honestly, yeah, Somali pirates, maybe we can find some interesting stuff. But thank you, Pokemon. Have you been playing Pokemon lately? I'm at work, you better be here in an hour and a half. I shall. Honestly, I'm such a yapper. I'm going to be locked in like I got cement boots. The baby oil industry is back in business, baby. Yeah. He was covered in so much he slipped out of the charges. Alright. Yeah, I don't know. What are you gonna fucking do? It's bullshit, but I mean, unless people want to go, like, cause a stink, which I don't suggest doing, I don't think justice will ever be served in this world. We just live in a strange hellscape of injustice. People point me toward nihilism. I mean, what's the point? Right. I mean, I guess in many ways it's like there's a lot of like hedonistic, destructive nature that then begets more hedonistic, destructive nature, which is kind of like that whole system. But, you know, I think there's a deep sense of satisfaction within our soul whenever you as an individual, you know, take a road that is substantially higher than that of the conventional human. You know, a narrow path. Am I stoic? I mean, I think we all have a little bit of stoicism within us, or have like heard it in passing and sort of compartmentalized and adopted much of its principles to a degree. But it just depends. I don't really... Stoics almost sounds... When you ask if I'm stoic, it makes it sound like am I part of like a religion or something, and I don't really think stoicism is necessarily a religion, as just a book filled with somebody's like diary entries, you know? And obviously there's all the other writers as well, but Do you get angry when ladies burp? Yeah, it's honestly like my brown note. It sends me into a fury. What? What was that sound that came out of your mouth? And I open up I take my hands, I grab the teeth, and I open their mouth, and I go, what was that? Some sort of little creature yelling at me? In the late 80s, I worked on a remote cattle ranch in a certain U.S. state. And as you can imagine, larger cattle ranches need to round... Lady burps of the brown note that makes Joel poo. This is true. Whoa, shit, where'd that come from? Yeah. Dude, you know how I know my back's doing good? Is I'm pretty much at like 100% twerk capacity. Because I was feeling that shit right there. Jeremiah, thank you. Honestly, that's my PT for a herniated disc. Is shaking that ass. And Jeremiah is just checking. Jeremiah is my physical therapist. Hi, Joel. I love Saturn Soul. You rock. Love you from Arizona. Thank you, Jeremiah. Thank you for checking it out. And, thanks for supporting it. I know it's going to be slow going initially. It's going to be one video every Tuesday, every other week, which is, I know, not a huge amount of content for most people. But these videos do require, a decent degree of involvement with the editing process from Robin and Enect, Simon. So I'm really, really stoked to be working with them. And obviously Sam is in my opinion, the best true crime writer this side of the Mississippi. Of course, I guess he's on the other side of the pond, but it was crazy to get a notification that said Hitler today. What is... Who sent you a Hitler notification? Oh, for the history podcast. Yeah, the Hitler intervention. It's an interesting tale, honestly. I won't spoil it for you, but it is an interesting tale. Thank you again, Jeremiah. Very, very kind of you. My son would like to know if you enjoy brain rot. I do, especially the Italian one. Cappuccino Bambalino. Rabassisi Malagisi. It's really funny though, because I didn't think anybody was genuinely into it that much, but my buddy's daughters, the one is almost 9 and then the other's just turned 5, and then the 9-year-old, whenever she was saying those things, I'm so used to saying the chimpazzini bananini. I'm so used to just saying I'm kind of silly and I don't, who cares. But it was really funny. She takes it quite seriously, and gets a little frustrated whenever I just come up with random names skibbity toilet mibbity moilet. She's apparently there's some pretty deep lore to the Italian brain rot that I was otherwise unaware of. Always so welcome, my favorite story chat. Thank you, Jeremiah. Thank you. What's up, Jade? How you doing? And Rafaela, how goes it? Yeah, you're saying it wrong. It's Bamabini. It's Bamabini. Fuck. What's up, Sam? You got Pradeep, you stole my cat. I think the Diddy charges were to distract from the real trafficking rings that Diddy has nothing to do with. I'm not saying Diddy great or anything, but there's a much worse people. No, for sure. That's why I've always the Diddy thing just feels like it's an Epstein thing that's clearly tied to, cultural icons that we're just not privy to ever hearing about, similar to how all of the people in the Epstein Black Book is never going to be released, or and he's quote unquote dead, so whatever. Getting your braces off, nice. That's the best feeling ever. I remember I was chomping on everything. The next gen scat man. The new Lizzo has the hardest beats. They sound like Lil Wayne beats. That's actually kind of sick. I really wouldn't mind. Honestly, I would love Lizzo if she went down the Missy Elliott route, Because Missy Elliott is genuinely one of my favorite artists from back in the day. As you can imagine, larger cattle ranches need round-the-clock security. And back then, that's how I made my living. It wasn't a glamorous job, and it usually wasn't very exciting, but I enjoyed it. During this incident, I was working night shifts. Previously, a worker who stayed in the on-site dorms had reported a trespasser on the grounds, but when security had investigated, they found no sign of anyone or anything. When I was doing my rounds that night, though, I was somewhat on alert because, in my experience, when there's smoke, there's fire. I was patrolling the area near the cattle sheds with one of the ranch dogs. The cattle sheds at night could be a pretty eerie place. They weren't noisy as much, and they weren't noisy. The cattle was mostly... I gotta sneeze, I'm sorry. Also, sneezes feel better for my back. I used to be afraid. Honestly, guys, genuine advice, if you ever have a herniated disc of sorts or hurt your back, those deep stretch GHD, posterior or prone, I've said this before, but prone/supine positions, basically activation of the abdomen and lower back, but also in conjunction with a deep stretch, and then you can also do your side as well. Deep stretch in the QL, I guess they call it, the QL, I don't even know, the obliques or whatever, and then an activation. That's really, I think, where all the issues really come from, is just a lack of stability within the core. But thank you for the blessings. Andrew Batts, welcome back for 15 months, says, hey, haven't heard one of these in a while. I heard Carmelo Anthony's family blew all of the whole GoFundMe proceeds, over $500,000 in a few months. Was it for the lawyer type situation? Also, whatever came of that, did he go to jail, or is there a trial coming up or something? Currently dealing with herniated disc. Oh, okay, nice. Yeah, definitely take it easy. Don't jump in anything that causes you pain, but it's, in my opinion, the best thing is stretching, but also activation. So stretch and strengthen. Stretch to decompress the spine, but strengthen to activate and obviously strengthen the spine. You don't ride a horse, yeah. Anything where you're sitting long distances or putting that amount of compression on your spine is just not great. My accent suddenly sounds North Carolinian. No, it doesn't. Get out of my head. Oh, I broke your back? Nice. Oh, you can hear Pradeep taking a big shit. Let me wait for him. Let's accommodate the cat. Hey Joel, tomorrow's my birthday. Happy belated birthday to you. You were we're same age. Nice. Happy birthday, Jenna. What are you gonna do? Got any plans? Going to the bounce house. How does one herniate your disc? It's usually a long process, honestly, and a lot of it comes down to poor form and poor positioning over a long period of time. So the symptoms that you finally get from a herniated disc aren't something that you just suddenly feel out of nowhere, though that's maybe possible through some type of trauma. But if you're suddenly feeling it, which I felt it after a long jog, and basically, yeah, it definitely had to do, posture can play into it. Sitting in a chair all the time is not great because you're putting a lot of compression in your spine and tightness in your hips and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, I think a lot of it came down to the fact that I just hate core exercises. I do heavy lifting, all that kind of stuff, whatever. But when it comes to abs and stuff, I just kind of avoid it. I'm not a fan. I don't care about planks. I don't care about knee raises. It's just never interested me, and I wasn't excited to do it. So I just thought, but honestly, it's something you don't want to ignore. You definitely want to strengthen all that bullshit in the central area. Otherwise, you are more prone to injury. We saw the new Jurassic World Rebirth movie. Was pretty good, actually. Scary, too. I love the scene with the T-Rex that can swim. That's cool. There's a lot of good movies coming out lately. It's nice to see, like, Hollywood starting to find, like, a bit of a stride again, you know? You've been considering getting your discs herniated. Just need someone to give you the 5-finger death punch to the lumbar. Okay. They weren't noisy, really. The cattle were mostly bedded down or resting. There was just a sense of energy and buzz that came from being in proximity to so many living things, especially at night. I don't know how to explain it. I'm not a poet. The area just felt different. When I saw the man, I almost wasn't surprised. It's like I'd almost been expecting to see him. And to this day, I'm not sure what he was up to when I caught him. He was just kind of walking aimlessly around the area central to the cattle sheds. Immediately, it was obvious that he didn't belong, though, even from a distance. And how could I tell? Well, the fella was wearing some kind of wolfskin costume. I flicked on my flashlight and called out to him, ready to release the dog if he ran. The guy just turned to face me. He stared down my flashlight, pointed T-Rex with a snorkel, yeah. My fiance is next for birthdays, then our daughter turns 10 on the 28th of July. Time sure flies, I'll tell you. That is insane. Really is, honestly, too insane. I feel like, because I think about, like, last year, like, catching fireflies with, my buddy's daughters, and I'm just like, holy shit, now I see fireflies outside again. I feel like we were just out there, And now she's a whole freaking year older, and I don't know, it's insane. He stared down my flashlight, pointed right at him, didn't even squint. I came closer, hand resting on my gun holster, and the fella looked me up and down like he was almost sizing me up. I didn't like the look of him one bit. His wolfskin costume wasn't some kind of cultural garb, nothing like that. Up close, you could see it was some kind of wolf rug or skin that he was wearing for whatever reason. And other than that, he looked like a typical regular gym. You want to see a firefly so bad? Do you not have them around you? Probably don't have to go too far to see them. I feel like they're all over the... Let's check the map. Firefly maps. Oh, wow. They're actually not as, like, spread out as I would anticipate. I mean, they're definitely everywhere, but, like, the Midwest, I guess, doesn't really have it. Same with, like, certain areas out west, and parts of Texas don't really have it. Interesting. It's a bug defect. Your whole yard's filled with them. That's sweet. It is beautiful. Where not in the Midwest? Maybe not. Let's see. Well, I don't know. I was looking at this one that seems to have, like, green areas. Well, actually, that's so strange. Firefly Cartography, Adventures in Mapping. Well, maybe I read this wrong. I was just, like, reading it on instinct here, and it's, like, showing that they're not even really in Pennsylvania, so that doesn't make any sense. I don't know. Maybe I clicked the wrong map. I'm sorry. Andrew with the 5 says disc herniation is like chicken pox. Best to get them out of the way while you're young. Exactly. So you can learn all about what it means to be in pain. El Nino, thank you for the gift or two. Mike V, welcome, Mike. You now have access to bonus content. Justin, you can't just, like, change your profile picture, bro. How are we supposed to recognize you? Now you're mewing. Your PFP is you mewing. You look like Hacker Man, ready to hack every computer to pieces. A couple years ago, there wasn't very many around. Last year, we had a bunch, and this year in Connecticut, we're overwhelmed. I love it. I love going outside and just seeing them. I know, it's crazy. It'd be kind of interesting if they made some sort of noise, you know? You remember parts of the video at the end usually send me into giggles and then no one's sleeping. Yeah. That's how I can wake you up so you watch another video. Other than that, he looked like a typical regular guy from our state. Maybe not regular. He was fairly tall, well-built, and the man looked muscular enough to be a challenge, though. I told the guy to identify himself and to state his reason for being on private property. He wasn't intimidated at all, it seemed. He stepped forward, his wolfskin costume parting just enough to show the wicked-looking blade that hung looped from his belt buckle. Now my dog began to growl. The guy stepped forward and I told him not to move, and then repeated my question. The man did stop there, as I took my hand off my holster and instead moved to unleash the dog. Wolfman then threw his head back and let out some actual honest-to-God howl. And this caused the dog to get spooked, which was not usual for the ranch dogs. He pulled his leash free from my grip and just started running off into the night. And in that moment, I genuinely felt my heart drop. Thanks, buddy. Now, it's just... Now it's just me and Mr. Wolfman. I honestly can't tell if this was just some sort of strange, elaborate prank, so I was kind of laughing. But after howling like a goddamn movie monster, now he's just looking at me with some type of sneer. Then he starts laughing, and I'm the dumbest MFer in the world for daring to ask who he is. It struck me then that this guy was definitely not... Oops. Oh my god. Dude, every time Pradeep shits, he goes through phases. He'll dig around, go on a sprint, meow for a while, dig around, go on a sprint, meow for a while. I guess he'd be constipated, but I don't really know how to unconstipate a cat. Probably got to do something to his butthole. I know you guys are going to say that, so just so you know, I'm not going to do that. I'm not Shane Dawson. Come on. Sorry I haven't been able to do live streams. I started a new job and I work 6 a.m. to 2. No worries. Poke it. Yeah. Water and wet food. I mean, that's what he has. Water, wet food. He has his dry food to help. I don't know. He's got options. And sometimes I even see him drinking out of the toilet. So it seems like he does get water. Prayers. Guys, pray for my cat's asshole if you could. He really needs it. It was wing night. And I gave him ghost pepper. Give him some privacy. I can't. He doesn't give me any privacy. It is kind of funny. Almost 100% of the time that I end up on the toilet, he just wanders in hey, what's going on in here? Or right after I get out of the shower, he comes in he's just never seen me do that before. How old's Mr. Pradeep? He is 11. Fucking crazy. Andrew Batts with the 2 says, malt mineral oil ointment. They love the taste. Malt mineral oil ointment. Okay. Can you email me that? Just so I don't forget. Is that something you drip on their dry food, wet food? Hitsubasa with the 2 says, feed him some pumpkin puree. It's so weird. He's so picky with what he eats. Can you also email me that as well? Guys, send me a big email list. Yeah. When's Pradeep's birthday? It's the same day as mine. June 4. She didn't like the pumpkin puree baby food, but you could try it. Yeah, maybe. Pumpkin. I know, I say it weird. Pumpkin. My pumpkin. Listen, there's just no time for that extra M and P in there. You gotta get right to it. Pumpkin. She goddamn pumpkin puree. Pumpkin. Pumpakin. Yeah. Pumpakini. Pumpaqueef. It suddenly struck me that this guy was definitely mentally unwell, and maybe I should radio for some backup. And obviously, it's not a horror movie, so that's exactly what I did. I spoke into the radio and told my colleagues to notify the cops and then get down here. And I never took my eyes off of him either, and he didn't... I never took my eyes off of him either, and he didn't move a step. Just stood there, challenging me it seemed like. Now bear in mind how extra crazy this whole thing felt, because the guy was wrapped in a wolfskin rug, with a wolf's head just sort of sitting atop his own. I asked him a third time who he was and what he was doing on the ranch, and I guess something about this third prompting triggered him to action, because that's when he charged me. The guy went from standing there like a malicious wolf-clad cat... it's not ready for that. You guys all feed your cats pumpkin. Pumpkin. I give my cat pumpkin puree. That's gonna be my last words. Joel. I'm dying, but Pradeep's not dead yet, and it's Joel. Pradeep can't shit. What do we do? Give him the pumpkin puree. Give him the pumpkin puree. What? He said give me all of his money and his will. No. And I die. This guy went from standing there like a malicious wolf-clad clown to barreling straight at me like a fullback. The guy was on me before I even had time to react and actually draw my weapon. And I know. You probably think that I was bad at my job or had slow reaction times, but you weren't there. It was so sudden and so surprising. I do replay the incident in my head sometimes, trying to figure out if I could have reacted differently, but I don't think so. The guy was unpredictable, this aggressive fella, and people like that just behave exactly that way, unpredictably. He knocks me and sends me flying straight to the ground. Then this wolfman is on top of me, choking me out of all things. The goddamn wolfskin head is just staring into my face like some kind of dumb Halloween costume. And I bucked, and I writhed, more affronted than anything else. Like I've seen a ghost, but they're asking me what I gave my cat to help his constipation. Pumpkin puree. Should I eat some more berries? I probably should. It's a furry, yeah. No, he's being attacked by those guys from the Kanye West music video. You know the one I'm talking about. My youngest son likes chicken and pumpkin bits. It's like soup, kind of. He's a cat. I didn't know you had kids, Justin. That's cool. Congratulations. They are schnozberries. No, it's like mixed berries. Blueberries, blackberries, raspberries, strawberries. And it's kind of interesting because they're like nutritional, I guess, details are so similar to each other that you could put them in a big bag and all the calories even out. Did you do shoulder shrugs at the gym? They suck. I hate them. I've done shoulder shrugs. The one thing that got me like huge traps was doing like power clean, but you probably don't want to do power clean. But it was really just like building up to that. But honestly, I did this. I I went today at the gym. I went to a gym that normally has like machines, or it has machines there or whatever, and I normally don't ever like work out at a gym with just like machines, but I love machines. I was like, this is fucking awesome. It's like you could really take yourself to like failure without like worrying about it like crushing you or anything like that. And then there was this machine where you like sit in it and you literally just kind of like lift your elbows up, and it like works your, like, I'm not even sure what you call it. It's like you're almost like flapping your wings, and it like really gets your like upper shoulders and back. Used the machine in the wrong manner. Oh yeah, probably. Like today I was like trying to get set up on like the flies, and I felt like I was doing it fucking backwards. I'm loving the twist of history and so glad to have more options since I've gone through all of my Let's Read. Will Saturn Soul be available on soon too? Oh, do you mean on podcast? So Saturn Soul is basically stuff that I've already narrated on the channel, true crime wise, and now I'm turning them into like visual videos via the YouTube platform. So technically I guess Saturn Soul does exist on podcast, if that's what you were asking, and obviously YouTube audio. It's just that now I'm kind of like taking that content and like trying to make a channel out of it and hope for the best. No worries. What made you made these type of Let's Read videos, honestly? It was like early on I was reading stuff, and then I realized a big audience was into spooky stuff, and I found the creepypasta community, and that's kind of what I did for a while. And then it just evolved into like the Mr. Nightmare style videos, and then true crime, and just been trying to grow ever since, you know what I mean? The intro for those videos is generally so sick, like the visuals and everything is so hype. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that's a mixture of the talent of Inect, aka Simon, and Robin Mikalsen. Like these guys are just like masters of the creative craft of editing videos and audio production and just so much just dope ass shit. They're just like, in my opinion, I've gathered a series of just genuine geniuses to work with, and I'm very thankful for it. Hey Cindy. So professional. Thank you. I bucked and writhed, more affronted than anything else, and despite his size, I managed to throw the guy off of me pretty easily. I guess our scuffle had woken up some of the nearby cattle, because now a commotion was starting to come from the barns. It was the sound of distressed and bothered cows mooing and stirring with alarm, and I cannot begin to describe just how strange and unsettling the incident was in that moment. There's this guy who's just decided to invade the ranch wearing some wolfskin rug, and he's attacking me. Sure. Wait, I'm not really sure. There's some guy who's decided to invade the ranch wearing a wolfskin rug, and he's attacking me. Sure. Now the cows are all worked up and they're hollering and hooting. Then the dog, I guess he's got the curtain. Oh, okay. Do you read old stories for long compilations or those? Yeah, it's basically like, because like Simon does the edits for those, and he'll like remaster the audio and like do a bunch of, make it sound pretty. And then that's kind of a way to give myself a like break to like catch up on other content and various other things, but also, to create those compilations and sort of promote the podcast as well. That sounded so sarcastic. Wait, what did I say? I don't even remember. Did you talk already about your North Kentucky trip? Yeah, there really wasn't much to say. I mean, I had a great time. It's beautiful down there in North Carolina. And yeah, I do miss you guys. Like when I get back on stream, I get like excited. I'm like, oh shit, here we go, baby. We back at it. Reading the stories and the feeling to rereading the story 100 times. Yeah, it's all good. I mean, the way that I sometimes like start to feel myself rage is similar to like something in my brain activating, like when I suck ass at a video game, I'm just like, fuck. But you will be proud of me. I haven't like touched Overwatch, and who even knows how long, and I have no desire to ever play it again. There's this guy who's just decided to invade the ranch wearing a wolfskin rug, and he's attacking me, sure. And now the cows are all worked up and they're hollering and hooting. I can't really follow the grammar on this one, it's really weird. There's this guy who's just decided to invade the ranch wearing a wolfskin rug, and he's attacking me, sure. And now the cows are all worked up and they're hollering and hooting. Then the dog, I guess he got his courage back because suddenly the dog comes running back, barking as well. And this caused the wolfman to back up momentarily, sizing the dog up. I was scrabbling across the floor at this point, just trying to get my bearings. The flashlight cast this very eerie beam on Wolfman, sending his wolf-clad silhouette across the barn wall, and the dog was barking at him, and I kid you not, Wolfman was legitimately barking back. Just howling and yapping at that dog like they were having some kind of... They're yelling about politics. You guys, Overwatch is his trigger because please don't mention it. It's true. It's my trig. It's my trigonometry. Mr. Ballin's a great producer. He is. He's a great leader, and yeah, he's brought on some amazing talent as far as produce. Like, he has like a full-on producer that watches over every one of the podcast shows, which is he's fantastic. And then all of the people that kind of like work underneath that are, basically like directors in themselves, audio engineers, all sorts of just, you have to be kind of like, obviously multifaceted, multi-talented, to kind of like adjust on the fly in that creative realm. Hey, Shorn, what's up, dude? They're having a hootenanny. What the ferk? You're not green? Yeah, I don't know. Did it disappear or something? Was it like a gifter, or was it something else? How have I been doing? I've been doing good. Doing great. Honestly, I've been feeling really good, and it might just be because my sleep schedule is pretty normal now, and I've been seeing the sun more and just all that kind of... Honestly, that's probably it. Just like getting your sleep schedule just makes life infinitely better, in addition to like it being summer. I just feel like I don't know, I feel very much on the come up right now, and I'm just like stoked about it. And I'm very thankful, thankful for you guys. Thankful that you're nice to me and that you don't spank me anymore. Let's ball. Yeah, we could play some b-ball. Do I kiss grass and touch the sky? I could. Sleep, new meta. It does seem to enhance the mood. I haven't gotten good sleep for the past 2 days because of work. Yeah, I'm very sorry to hear that. I mean, it's very mentally draining, honestly, to be anticipating bed and it just like not working for you. You like get in and you can't pass out. But I've been fortunate that I only have to manage a few days of shitty sleep before eventually my body's like, all right, time to sleep. Vitamin D. The dog was barking at him, and I kid you not, Wolfman was barking back, just howling and yapping at that darn dog. Just howling and yapping at that darn dog like they were having some kind of argument. And the next thing I know, I hear shouts and running feet. One of my colleagues, his name is John, had shown up. And of course, he's more prepared than I was, and he's armed with a shotgun. And you'd think that seeing my shotgun-wielding buddy charging in, Wolfman would have backed down. Instead, it seemed like the commotion and action was only spurring him on, because he threw his head back and howls again. It was legitimately a full-throated howl, and it still sends chills down my back just thinking about how insane this guy was. I scrambled to my feet, ready to engage with this wolf guy. John wasn't hesitating, though. Scrambled to my feet. I scrambled my eggs. Oh, God. That'd be kind of funny, like, somebody in the UK gets kicked in the balls and they're like, I've absolutely scrambled my eggs. Your Honor, she scrambled my eggs and now I sound like this. I used to sound like this. I used to sound like this. And then me eggs got scrambled. And now I sound like a little boy. All body clocks are different. Simply, if you let yourself wake up without an alarm, you're going to feel fantastic. So as we did as cavemen, waking up by sound puts your body into fight or flight. I do agree, yeah. Increasing the amount of cortisol, just pumping and dumping. Such a little freak. Thank you. Appreciate you. Very kind. Okay, where was I? Oh, there, right. John wasn't hesitating, though. He ran straight in and cracked Wolfman straight in the head with the butt of the shotgun. No stumbling, no stuttering, just a perfect action movie clonk right to this guy's head. This guy went down like a sack of potatoes, crumpled to the floor, pretty much unconscious. And by the time I reached them, John was fastening this Wolfman's wrists with a plastic tie that he had with him. And now, long story short, the cops got there, and so did the owners and one of the managers. It turns out Wolfman was the deadbeat brother of said manager. He'd gotten into town, got completely blind drunk, and then decided to pay his brother a visit. When he sobered up a little, he revealed that it wasn't even intended to be a violent visit. We were supposed to just sort of accept and understand the fact that somewhere between making that decision and him arriving, he'd acquired a thirst for violence. Wait, I don't really follow the sentence, because it seems like it's like... Come to Spain? Bro, I thought you were in Ireland. Are you actually traveling for like a movie production right now? And is it an adult film? A PG-13 film? Wolfman. Werewolf. One of the 8-channel Kiwi Farms Horror Stories podcasts happening. At some point, I'll be honest with you, I am like completely clueless to what Kiwi Farms is. In the same way that I've like never really ventured onto, what's that fucking one? It's like one's for girls. It's like a site for women. And I can't quite remember it. But I've never been on the website Kiwi Farms, but I always hear it like mentioned by like randoms. And I'm just like curious, is it like 4chan? I don't know. Is it just like a message board or something? Kiwi is a fruit? Okay. Is it just like they sell fruit on the site? Hey Kylie, what's up? Kiwi Farms is just an archive of weirdos on the internet. Okay. I mean, I guess that makes sense. That sounds like 4chanio. Fruit with attitude. Spurgy doxing site? Oh, that's not good. I mean, I guess it makes sense if it's like where everybody references for their like the videos that they talk about people and stuff. When he sobered up a little, he revealed it wasn't even intended to be a violent visit. We were supposed to just accept and understand the fact that somewhere between making that decision and him arriving, he'd acquired a thirst for violence, a wolfskin rug, and a huge knife. It was a terrifying incident at the time, but I didn't mind the payoff and bonus that I got out of it, and nor did I mind that manager going out of his way to make sure that I got the best shifts and an actual pay raise. But I'll tell you what though, even with Brother Wolfman crawling back to where he came from the ranch, I still got a little unsettled when I was patrolling that area of the ranch at night, seeing that lunatic charge me down in his wolfskin rug and hearing the wails of the cattle is very Seeing that lunatic charge me down in his wolfskin rug and hearing the wails of the cattle is a very sinister piece of imagery that honestly will stay with me forever. Being pregnant is sober munchies? That's funny. I wonder, what is that? Like those sort of like strange cravings you get when you're pregnant? Is it just a hormonal thing? How's Pradeep? He's good. I think he just took a shit recently. I don't see him anywhere though. Hopefully he didn't fall in. I know you've only seen Squid Game 1, but have you seen Thanos in Season 2 of Squid Game? Is he in Squid Game? Or is it like Marvel seasons? You're gonna sue YouTube for canceling your membership? Yeah, what happened? Is it because, like, your credit card expired or something? Or is it because you're overseas or something? I guess that wouldn't really matter. Pregnancy cravings are your body telling you you're missing certain nutrients. Oh, okay. I guess that's why they always want to eat, like, drywall and shit. Every girl I've ever gotten pregnant always just wants to eat pieces of the house. Oh. Okay. Sorry, I was eating the rest of those berries. I got it. I was eating the rest of that drywall. I'm pregnant also. Guys, new announcement. I'm pregnant. This baby's gonna be shit out probably tomorrow. Just took your Wegovy shot. Sometimes I like to pretend that I'm dosing up with the Valkyrie drug on Max Payne movie. Everything slows down. What's Wegovy? What the flurp is that? Your Honor, what the furk is that? Do I know what Sandoz is? I don't know. Wegovy is another Ozempic. Oh. Why are you on Wegovy? Andrew, I feel like they're testing you. They're testing drugs on you all the time. The CIA is using you as a guinea pig. Guys, I'm gonna become a poltergeist when I die because there's a huge list of people who need a good haunting. Why wait? Start now. You're over 350 pounds. Oh, okay, I see. That is understandable. I'm from Sweden, and until recently I helped run a small remote sheep farm. And without giving too many details to identify me, the farm I worked on reared sheep of a certain in-demand breed. Their wool is quite sought after, so even when this story occurred a few years back, the sheep were particularly valuable. The farm being quite remote, it meant we usually weren't bothered by people and could go about our business without drama. What we weren't prepared for was a gang of organized criminals. They descended upon our small family farm one day, looking to rob us of our livelihood. It's my family's farm and has been for many, many years. These days I no longer live and work there, but back when I'd grown up around the farm... These days I no longer live and work there, but back when I'd grown up around... Sorry, why is that the end of the sentence? I'm confused. It's my family's farm and has been for many, many years, period. Well, you know what I can do? I can just throw it into chat BBC. Hope for the best that it fixes the grammar. I mean, it's not bad grammar, it's just burp. James Charles, you are not the father. That'd be kind of funny if, like, those Brazilian butt lifts and James Charles' ass was actually, his ass was pregnant. Alright, fix this grammar, but don't change the story. Would it be twins in that case? I guess it would. James Charles only gives birth to twins. Hey sisters. Today I'm going to show you how to shave your asshole. How come he never says, hey brothers? Like, I feel kind of disrespected every time I watch his videos. Like he's not, like he doesn't care about us guys. Like, I kind of find it hard to believe that James Charles just has no interest in us fellas at all, you know what I mean? It's a bit non-inclusive. Do I have permission to haunt you? It's fine if you say no, I'll still do it. It sounds kind of scary, to be honest with you. I'm from Sweden until okay. The farm being quite remote. That is the word, remote. Why does it sound weird? Do you ever read a word and it just seems strange? Roki the Fur says, I know I've been gone for a while, but I'm back now. Life has been a cluster of BS and more BS, but I'm still alive. How's the streams going? It's going good. Good to see you, my friend. It's funny, I was like on my way back from North Carolina, I was actually thinking of you specifically because I saw like this, it was a pretty younger trucker on the side of the road, and his like truck appeared to be broken down, and he was on the phone, and I was just thinking like how much I genuinely don't really like, I mean, I don't mind road trips that much. It's kind of interesting to sort of see a lay of the land of the United States or whatever, and how essentially it's all the fucking same, just a series of like little towns and cornfields interconnected by strip malls and things of that nature, but in highways. But, you know, I just saw him on the phone and I was like, that must have been what Roki went through whenever his shit broke down, where he just has to like kind of be in a shitty situation and wait for backup. Do I feel offended on behalf of women when people say, hey guys? I do. If somebody's like, hey guys, like even if it's like a speaker at church or, you know, at a conference or something, I literally step up on stage and I'm like, and I put my hand on their chest like, well, buddy, ladies, I want to personally apologize on behalf of this misogynist. And then he chimes in, he says, yeah, I'm a misogynist. I'm massaging this dick. And I'm like, bro, really? There's girls here. And girls don't like jokes, okay? And especially if you are joking about them, it makes them not want to have sex with you. So if you would please step aside, I'm going to say the things that's going to make them want to have babies, okay? All right. Anyways, ladies, I brought a pipe bomb to church today. The farm being quite remote meant we usually weren't bothered by people and could go about our business without much drama. What we weren't prepared for was a gang of organized criminals. They descended on our small family farm one day, looking to rob us of our livelihood. It's my family's farm and has been for many, many years. These days I no longer live or work there, but back then I had grown up around the farm. I went off to college in Malmo. What the fuck is Malmo? Yeah, I dropped the bomb at my feet. Tss, you can hear it. Chicks dig pipe bombs. Alright, Malmo. Where is this oh, Sweden, that's right. Right? Hello, Joel, I'm from Sweden. Swedish. Malmö. Malmö. Okay. An O with the umlaut in Swedish sounds like an A, I guess. Do you call your girlfriends dude? I say, dude! Give me back my chalky milky, bro. And they say, I'm sorry, Joel. I didn't mean to take your chocolate milk. I am your favorite dude. I'm sorry, Joel. I am your friend and I am a girl, and I apologize for even taking a single sip of your chalky milky. Shall I prepare the nuggets, sir? I say, sure, dude. Go fucking cook a nugget. Go cook me up a nugget. Preheat that shit to 355. I add the 5 degrees because it adds just enough crispiness that I don't without burning my little sensitive tonguey. I went off to college in Malmö and then came back and worked on the family farm for another 6 or so years until I eventually left. This incident occurred a few years before I left. The sheep were out grazing and I was on shepherd duty that day, just me and one of the farm dogs, Bruno. It was quiet, an overcast afternoon with a bit of light rain drizzling down. Mostly I was just kind of killing time, waiting to load the sheep onto the truck and move them to the other field. I was scrolling through my telephone. I don't know why I said telephone. Just on like a rotary phone scrolling. Bruh and dude are all I'm becoming to my fore. I know, dude, it's so funny. My, like my buddy's daughters, they like always say bruh. Like anytime you say anything that's just like remotely out of like what they want you to say, they can like, they look at you and just go bruh. Like how do you, I don't know, it's like frustrating. I'm like, you're not allowed to be funny yet. You're not allowed to like adopt internet humor of any sort at that young of an age. You are banned from all things internet until you're nerdy again. Fat shaming is never okay. It doesn't come from a place of love. It comes from a place of judgment. Can we not normalize minding our own business, not commenting on people's looks? Yeah, but what if they're crushing your foot? What if they're scuffing your Jordans? I was scrolling through my phone, checking out whatever I was into back then, and at one point, I heard the sound of vehicles approaching. This was unusual. Nobody ever drove onto this part of the land except to help move the sheep. I was tucked under a tree, so I peered around and saw a truck pulling up to the gate. What was this, I thought? Nobody should have been coming onto this land like that. I crouched down and watched as a man exited the truck and opened the gate. The truck backed into the field and another man got out. Immediately, I knew what was going on. Sheep rustlers. Sheep rustlers. Sheep fuckers. As South Africans say, how's it, bruh? How's it? Hey, how's it, bruh? Bruh. The small child, bruh. Stop being funny! You cannot be funnier than I. I am the one with humor. Yeah. Push up, bruh. Put on your push up, bruh. I had something I was going to say. Oh, yeah. Why is Instagram so. Like, why can you be like scrolling on there? You get like good cat memes or like some sort of silly skit humor or, you know, whatever the fuck. And then just out of nowhere, Instagram will just like be like, hey, did you want to see someone get blown up in Russia by a drone? You're like, no. Like, too bad, here it is. And then they completely scar you for the rest of your life. It is fucking insane. I mean, you don't want to see the shit that's happening over in like Ukraine/Russia, but it's just like it's weird. It's weird how like kind of like desensitized we are to this like concept of just like war. Oh yeah, I know, it's like Live Leak again, but we're just sort of desensitized to this idea of like war just always forever going on, you know? Seeing Mick Mouse get blown up by a drone strike. But it's not even like a normal, you know, drone strike you expect from some sort of like black and white footage dropping some sort of mega load, you know what I mean, in the middle of a fucking... All of it's very sad. But it's like these fucking, you know, the ones are like... And they just like, with like robotic like precision, just like zoom in and like explode right in front of somebody. I don't know. It's just fucking terrifying. Yeah, but do you really want to feel censored? I mean, it just doesn't make any sense to me. It's like Instagram will censor words, right? They'll censor like naughty things or whatever that you say, but then they'll be like sort of loosely comfortable with just like showing uncensored graphic death, you know, on their website. And it's weird. It can like, it somehow has like many thousands of shares and likes, and just like nothing in their system ever picks up the fact that that's like war, you know what I mean, like war violence or a war crime. I don't know, it's just odd to me. It's like I have no desire to see that, but I guess maybe Instagram thinks like that's how they get people to get on the app or something. Maybe there's like such a massive market for dead people that they're like, we gotta capitalize on this, and quick. You want to feel shocked once in a while. Well, I mean, I guess I am talking about it, but I honestly, after that, I was like, I don't want to see another one of those dead people dying videos till like I reincarnate and I'm 12 years old again. Immediately, I knew what was going on. Sheep rustlers. You hear warnings about this sort of thing, but it always sounds like something out of a movie. It's never supposed to happen to you. This is present-day Sweden, not Wild West Red Dead Redemption America. Unfortunately for me, though, it was happening. And quickly, I grabbed Bruno's collar. I didn't want him to run out at the men and get himself hurt. Luckily, from where we were under the tree and in the bushes, we were pretty well hidden. The men hadn't seen us yet. They didn't appear to be looking around for a shepherd or anything. Normally, the sheep wouldn't be under constant watch, but that day I just happened to be preparing to move them to another field. We only had around 10 sheep in this herd at the time, but like I said, they were valuable. Still, I never imagined... I'm jumping my words a little bit. If I was the one being blown up, I'd want people to look and not look away. It makes me feel bad to censor for my own comfort. I don't know. I mean, I'm not saying... I don't even want the video to exist on there at all. Like, but I guess at the same time, it brings your attention to the fact that, like, there's literally a weird, abstract war conflict happening in certain regions of Ukraine that's, like, primarily trench warfare and, like, gaining very little ground, and, like, kicks off every time we get into, like, a warmer season, and you're constantly being surrounded by like buzzing drones that... Can you imagine the type of like PTSD those buzzing drones are gonna cause for people? Those are like the fucking like screaming Mimi like style World War II type shit, you know what I mean? I don't know. It's just like so strange. I don't know, it's just weird. It's like, when does it end? Like, is this just... That's just... I mean, I guess it's none of... I mean, it's not... I mean, what am I... I guess my, like, sort of coddled, you know, insulated American brain is just, like, kind of thinking, like, I can just, like, get in between them and go, stop fighting! And then suddenly they just are like, oh, sorry. I guess we'll stop listening to our superiors that send us to our barbaric deaths. But honestly, it's like, I guess that's just how it's always fucking been. We're just, once again, fortunate to exist in a strange, abstract Elysium of sorts and decadence of America. I mean, not all parts of America are great, but if you do find a good spot, you might as well hold it down. This UFO nonsense Trump's on now makes me wonder what political moves America's trying to distract it from. I didn't even know. Is there something about UFOs lately? I don't quite recall that. Was that recent? Are UFOs back in the news cycle? Were you on 2013 Kick by any... Oh, you're talking to somebody else, sorry. The U.S. can end it, stop all weapons flow, and Ukrainians will give up. I mean, that does make sense. Like, I mean, at the end of the day, like, if war is really just like a war of attrition, especially something like this where very little ground is gained and, you know, nobody's really doing any sort of like larger power moves, and you can't really use nukes because, you know, that just like ends the world, I guess, or like, you know, mutually assured destruction type thing. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, I assume, yeah, if you just like cut the funding or cut the indirect, transport of like weapons, perhaps it will over time just sort of cease, or I don't know. IDK. It's very odd. It just seems like extending like human suffering as far as you possibly can. It was just so weird to me, like seeing, like, I'll explain the video. I mean, it's a little bit gruesome to talk about, but I'm not showing it, so it's not necessarily against TOS or anything like that. But basically it was like these guys flying around on a four-wheeler, or a quad, you might call it. And the one guy, and it's from the POV of like a GoPro that a guy who's like hanging on the back of his, you know, buddy who's driving the quad. And all of a sudden, out of nowhere, the guy who's driving the quad in front of him, just an explosion happens like right at his chest, and like, I don't even know, he's just like fucking eviscerated, you know what I mean? Like, just like a whole aspect of his like left side is completely exploded, and like part of his like head is just missing, and he's just like limp there, and the fucking, you know, four-wheeler goes off the road and they crash, and then the guy behind him is seemingly okay because he's up and like moving around. Maybe he's missing a limb or something, but then you see it from the perspective of like the drone. I don't know how they like correlated the two things, but then it just shows the drone following, you know, chasing after this quad, and then it just like flies down at like insane speeds to just like be right next to him and then presumably explode. But I'm just like, holy fuck. No matter how hard you train, no matter how good you get at being a military dude, it's just like some stupid fucking, you know, terrifying piece of technology of unimaginable horrors can just end your shit in like a fucking second, you know? And like, where do you go? You know what I mean? You really have to sit there and wonder, like, you know, when I think about military guys, like it blows my mind. Like there's not even like a remote consideration for a second of like where their potential consciousness or eternal soul even ends up, you know what I mean? You just kind of go, and then if you die in like a sudden abrupt end, then that's it. And it's just weird to think that like it just happens all day, every day, in like the millions and millions and millions forever. And I don't know, it's just terrifying, and I wish it would end. We only had around 10 sheep in this herd at the time, but like I said, they were valuable. Still, I never imagined anyone would try to steal them, and certainly not like this. Now, I was pretty far away, but I thought that I recognized the truck as belonging to a pair of guys from the nearby town, cousins or something like that. They had a reputation for being troublemakers, always up to one scheme or another, and it seemed like their latest scheme was simple: steal our sheep and then profit, I guess. One thing I was certain of: there was no way that I was letting these idiots. Justin's pretty bougie. Justin's probably the most bougie person in the chat, I think. Anybody bougier than Justin? Okay, I have to know, is Walmart the ghetto store in the United States? I wouldn't say it's ghetto, because a lot of Walmarts are situated on the outskirts of town, because they're basically like large warehouses in many ways. They certainly have a lot of interesting characters, both, they certainly would have the demographic that would be considered lower income, for sure, like country folk, but, I would say that they get a mixture of everyone, from like urbanites to the country folk to really anybody who just like wants a deal. And, or maybe it's crazy. I remember when I was younger, the greeters at Walmart, they wouldn't just give you a sticker, they would also give you a kiss on the cheek. And I miss that, because you would come in, they'd give you a sticker, they'd smile at you, and they'd give you a nice little kiss on the cheek, and then when you would leave, they would try to give me a kiss as well. Sometimes the kiss would linger a little too long. They would kind of grab my wrist, try to pull me away from my mother. Never happened, but it was reaffirming that I was cared for at a Walmart, you know what I mean? But overall, I would say there's not a lot of, it's not ghetto by any means. Does it need security? From time to time. Welcome to Walmart, I love you. Welcome to Walmart, I love you. Just like all day there, every day, just kissing every patron that comes in. They used to do the cross on you. Yeah, they would just like bless you with like holy water. I miss my Walmart kisses. One thing I was certain of: there was no way that I was letting these idiots take our livelihood. Honestly, it was mostly because I was protective of the sheep and worried the guys would actually hurt them. I figured I was far enough away to make a phone call without them hearing me. They'd left the truck engine idling, which helped mask the sound. I quickly called up the farmhouse, told my family what was happening, and asked them to call the police. Then I hung up, not wanting to risk making more noise. I was already worried about Bruno deciding to bark at the men. And at that point, they were trying to catch one of the sheep. They didn't seem to have much of a plan, just chasing the sheep around trying to grab it. Maybe they only planned to steal one or two. Someone else might have just let it go, but not me. I wasn't letting a single sheep get harmed that day, and I honestly would fight them to the death if I had to. The problem was, I'm not some big, tough fighter type. I'm a fairly skinny guy, and I was pretty sure that I couldn't take one of them in a fight, let alone both. My only option was to convince them that I was more dangerous than they were. To do that, I had to stop worrying about Bruno getting hurt. I tied his leash around a low branch to keep him safely away from harm's way. I told Bruno to be a good boy and wait for me. And then I broke off another branch from the tree and made my move. I came charging out of the undergrowth, swinging the branch above my head, yelling every threat that I could think of. How I was going to effing kill them, how they'd wish their mothers never gave birth to them, all of this sort of crazy nonsense. And these cousins looked up, pretty startled and clearly spooked by my oncoming charge. And that's when one of them reached into a waistband of his pants and pulled out a pistol. Of course, I just froze in absolute terror. I hadn't even considered the possibility that these idiots might actually have a gun. I stopped in my tracks a few meters away and let the branch fall from my hands. And the cousins sort of just looked at each other, almost like, what the F are you actually doing here? They clearly hadn't thought their master plan through and definitely weren't expecting me. Their incompetence didn't matter much, though. When they were armed. Bark, bark, bark. Maybe Wolfman will come into this story too. Do you guys think, like, for bonus content, some interesting stories would just be a series of, like, zombie outbreak stories? Where it's just, like, fictional stories, but, like, every little sort of anthology, not anthology, but, like, every sort of individual story would just be, like, people's experiences during some, like, greater zombie outbreak involving pipe bombs. Are the women turning on Henry Cavill because his hairline is receding? It makes a lot of sense. I mean, like, honestly, how many women would be supporting Luigi Mangione if he was fucking ugly? If he looked like Danny DeVito, I feel like most of them would just be like, fuck that guy, put him in the gallows, bro. Take him to the goddamn guillotine. What a rude asshole for... Like, imagine if they switched roles. Imagine if, like, the 45-year-old, like, CEO was actually hot, and then the guy that killed him was ugly. I feel like everybody would be like, I love billionaires, man. I think they're chill. I love it when they have big wieners and a nice hairline. Don't mean they deserve to live. Jack Black will be the next Superman in 2030. I hope so, bro. But Luigi is a vigilante. No, I know. But I'm just saying, like, you don't notice a correlation between, like, women's enjoyment of a criminal and their general attractiveness. I feel like you're missing the forest for the trees. Mercenary, wart. What's up, bro? They hate him now? They hate Luigi? They hate the Luigi. They hate my brother. In case I'm not back in time, I'm just gonna go into Denny's to eat some dinner. Nice, dude. That sounds amazing. What are you gonna get? You don't find him that attractive. Okay, good. And it has nothing to do with the murder part. How was my B-Day? I haven't been on in a while. Has it been that long? I thought you were here after or during. But yeah, it was good. It was good. It was really, we did bonus content and I didn't use any substances, so that's exciting. Hey Joel, can I make a shout out? Sure, dude. Go right ahead. Yeah, I mean, I doubt, honestly, I feel like if anything, like, his type of thing is just going to cause, like, them to increase prices on certain things. I actually don't know what the sort of economy of medical care and medication is at this point. I don't even know. Wasn't there, like, something that they were trying to pass where it was going to be limited based on the cost in, like, EU countries or something? Like, it couldn't go beyond those or whatever. His mugshot literally got so much exposure, became a supermodel. Yeah, exactly. And he's a good-looking dude. Freaking piercing, ice blue eyes. You can do whatever you want in life, and no one cares. Why do you think, like, so many attractive people are just kind of, like, rude, you know? You know who's scary? The Brian dude. That's been kind of, like, under the radar because of the Diddy trials. But yeah, I saw that that guy who killed those girls in, was it Idaho, right? That then he fled back to his home state of Pennsylvania. Don't tell anybody that. But did he plead guilty? What's the deal? Luigi. I'd like to shout out Jeffrey Walker at Ace Fail Horror Podcast. You got it, dude. Go check out Jeffrey Walker on Ace. Is it Ace Fail? Or Asafal? Asafali? I don't know how to pronounce that. Looks like a human nightmare. He does, honestly. And when he got arrested, didn't he say to the police or whatever that, like, as soon as he they came to his house, wasn't the first thing he said, like, how did you figure it out, kind of thing? Which I feel like with, like, how much the streets and everything is surveilled, it really, at this point, if you were to, like, integrate, like, AI into, like, CCTV camera stuff, you could give them some degree of, you know, you give whatever your case is or whatever the homicide situation is, and then they would just, like, use a series of metadata to pretty much, like, pinpoint your location within a fucking moment. We're just going to slide past the fact women's mugshots are rated constantly by men. No, that kind of goes to the point, is that, like, I mean, that's the whole meme, is like, I can fix her, you know, like, third degree disorderly conduct, or, like, you know, removed previous husband's face or whatever. But if she's a baddie, I'd let her XYZ. There you go. Their incompetence didn't matter much, though, when they were armed. They still had a major terrifying upper hand here, and the one with the gun kept it trained on me while the other came over and patted me down. Thankfully, I'd left my phone hidden with Bruno, and I hadn't thought about it much. I just didn't want it to get broken. And I was beginning to realize that I hadn't thought about anything really much at all. I guess in that sense, me and the cousins weren't that different, really, and that thought sort of made me laugh in the moment. The cousin patting me down seemed unnerved by this and sort of stepped away, and we were at something of a sort of... What makes a baddie? You'll know a baddie when you see one. They're usually in jails. My boyfriend and I were both fans of you before we met. We listened to your stories every week, and we're celebrating 2 years this month, currently eating red velvet edibles we baked together. That's amazing. That's funny. I remember, like, people at my gym would, like, listen. They said that they would meet with their friends and get, like, really high and then listen to the paranormal stories. And I thought that was kind of funny. Just getting, like, freaked out by, like, paranormal ambiance. I need to do more paranormal stories, like ASAP Fergenton. There's a guy that does that while playing the L theme from Death Note, and it's crazy how he can find you anywhere. That is insane. That's actually, that sounds like some content I would love to watch on. In short, I would love to watch that in short form content. Perhaps even long. Let's just say he had a short form cock. Is Ice Spice a baddie? Yeah, Ice Spice is a baddie. Ice Spice thick. Do you know Earl Sweatshirt? I do know Earl Sweatshirt. He's from Tyler the Creator's crew. Crewington. His crew cut. His motley crew. Gave you pink eye, yeah. Joel, I found a dude last week that totally rips you off. Booze and Booze. Why does he rip me off? I know Booze. He's cool. Hey, fuck you with the 11 months. Welcome back, my friend. Good to see you. Almost a year. Almost our anniversary. Thank you. We were at something of a stalemate. The gun-wielding cousin took control and roughly grabbed me, trying to force me to the ground. And that's when my survival instincts kicked in. Or maybe I lacked survival instincts. Either way, I charged the guy, pointing the gun, who was so startled that he didn't react before I knocked him over, sending that gun bouncing across the ground. And that's when I realized that it actually felt suspiciously light. Was this idiot threatening me with some type of BB gun? Some type of toy? And I didn't have much time to think about it, because then both cousins were on top of me, kicking, punching, flailing, and they were surprisingly bad at fighting for two actual criminals. Still, I'm pretty sure that they would have overpowered me if Bruno hadn't somehow pulled free and come charging across that field, barking and snarling like some maniac. And that was too much for them, I guess. They abandoned that fight and ran back to the truck. The engine was still running, so they just peeled away, thankfully without hitting Bruno or any of the sheep. Those cousins were apprehended and questioned by the cops later that day. They were all sorts of legal. people talk about looks like there's a hierarchy, but we can accept that people enjoy different foods and flavors, make it make sense. No, that makes sense too. I mean, like in the same way, there's a lot of people who enjoy, right, like Marvel movies and shit, and that would be like the lowest common denominator. These sort of generalized concepts of what would be considered entertainment. But obviously there's a lot of individuals that have a sort of, I guess, more refined palate towards something else being entertaining, right? Or maybe they get tired of the repetition, of said stimuli, whether that's looks or whether that's, a piece of entertainment. And yeah, there's going to be all sorts of variation in there for sure. So, sometimes you like fat dudes, and that's fine. There were all sorts of legal complications, and the whole thing was a mess. In the aftermath, I beat myself. Am I going to see F4? What's F4? Final Fantasy fart? I beat myself up harder than those cousins ever did. I still suffered nightmares and PTSD from my decision to just charge them and actually risk getting shot, even if it was probably just some BB gun. Facing down that danger, even for just a moment, stayed with me for years and eventually led me to leaving the farm for a much calmer and much more chill profession. You like goats? Goats are pretty cool. Here's the eye of the tiger. You knew someone that got a BBL, then went into the army. I literally pray for her, and I'm not religious. Yeah, it's probably done. It's over for her. She's cooked and booked. Much calmer profession. So I did finish that one. I just had to turn off my brain for a little bit. Are men into butts now? Is that the hot commodity? Huh. I think that's always been the commodity. Men stare at butts, they stare at boobs, they stare at faces. I think the feet is the new commodity, honestly. That's the one that's a bit confusing. Though there is a certain compelling nature of a nice pair of tootsies. Okay. Fix this grammar, but don't change the motherfucking story. Been a butt guy since 94. Hell yeah, bro, I feel you. Butts all day. I cannot lie. You're into the inner ear lobes. When was the last time I drank a 40? Oh, man. I don't think I've ever fully drank a 40, but there is a very strong temptation to do so. I genuinely wouldn't mind just taking a nice summer day where you jump in a lazy river and just float down and do a bit of Edward 40 hands, but with the best malt liquor you could ever imagine. What's the best malt liquor? The most expensive, the best tasting? And it can't be made from it can't be adjacent to Dan Aykroyd's Alien Skull vodka. Hurricane malt liquor. Let's see. Hurricane. Oh no, hurricanes are disgusting, bro. You literally drink hurricane malt liquor and you're gonna go blind. 100% blind. Those are bad. Colt 45, yeah. Let's see, Colt 45. That looks a lot more refreshing. It looks a lot more like a Modelo. Definitely better for summer, but still, I don't know. They need to change up. We need to, dude, I think that's my first branding, is that for Let's Read, we're going to start selling 40s. But like a fun 40. It's going to have like cool packaging on the side with like interesting pieces of art and, you know, fun for the whole family type vibe. But there's also going to be like a little glove. It's going to be like there's a glove that's built into it, so you never have to take your hand off of it. Honestly, next birthday, I might genuinely do that for my birthday, is drink 2 40s, maybe 3, maybe 4 or 5, just a couple 40s. I don't know. I think there definitely needs to be a complete restructuring of the marketing that we do with 40s. We need to have more respect. We need to broaden our horizons and our reach. Joel Locos, that's brilliant. That might be it, honestly. We add a little bit of caffeine there and hope nobody has a heart attack. We're good. Pina colada. Oh, that's brilliant. Pina colada 40s. Oh my God. How has this not been... There's gotta be something. I gotta look this up. We might have tapped into a market untouched by modern man. Is there any form of malt liquor that is marketed more towards the suburban community? Question mark. Yes, there are a few malt liquors or high ABV beers that have been marketed more towards suburban or middle-class consumers, often through subtler branding, packaging, and flavor choices, as opposed to the more overt urban marketing of brands like Colt 45 or Old English 800. These suburban-leading malt beverages often take the form of premium or disguised malt liquors. Steel Reserve Alloy Series. Oh, Steel Reserve's disgusting, bro. Mike's Harder Lemonade. Really? Four Loko. Oh, you're right. Joel Loco. Holy shit. Not always thought of as a malt liquor, but legally in the same family. Often found in suburban gas stations and college town markets. Interesting. Flavored malt beverages, FMBs, are heavily marketed to younger suburban adults through social media and casual packaging. Bud Light Platinum? What? I didn't know that. And Hurricane High Gravity. Yeah, baby. Didn't I just say hurricanes are disgusting? Hurricane High Gravity, though. Is there any... Nope, that's the exact same shit. Why the fuck is Hurricane... It's like... Whenever the packaging is just like... gray... and red font, it just seems like something that they would sell in like Soviet Russia. You know what I mean? Like if you were... I don't know, it seems like something that you would hand out to like troops. I don't know, dude. If they were to put on some like fun, like, you know, like a picture of people hitting a fucking like volleyball back and forth on a beach, or like some chick like tanning in the rays, or like cooking her, or like maybe even somebody like sitting in like a tube with like a shark, kind of like maybe like a little bit of a cartoon shark getting ready to bite their bottom, because they don't even know. They've had like 5 40s. They're out there floating next to a goddamn hammerhead, bro. That's the kind of shit that we need to start and you could still call it Hurricane. It would be called Hurricane Tropical Freeze. All right, we got ideas. We're a couple of entrepreneurs. When I was a teenage boy, okay, that's 40 with James Charles. Oh my god, that would be such a good actual. You know, they do like Hot Ones or whatever. What they need to do is do interviews with celebrities, but both people doing the interview and the one talking is either taking shots or drinking 40s whilst just going about their day together, or like sitting and watching the sunset. That's what we need. Shot ones. Oh my god, that's brilliant. That's actually brilliant. It's like every 5 minutes you have to take a shot, and most of the time these interviews last like 15 minutes while they're eating disgusting wings, but this time, I think they might stick around for a while. Especially if you offer them French fries. Thought ones, hell yeah. When I was a teenage boy, I lived with my sister, parents, and grandfather as neighbors to a large farm. My father was the foreman of the farm, so my family lived in a property on the grounds. This is a pretty upsetting story, and sharing it is hard, but I want people to understand. I'm not sure what I want them to understand. There's a lot that goes in. God. Hi, kitty. He fell at my feet. He comes up, goes between my legs, and then just falls at my feet. He's worshiping me. The guy that cleans up his shit. I think I might be worshiping him, honestly. Okay, this is pretty upset. Okay. Remember the freaking story where the author kept saying my significant other every sentence? I don't, honestly, but I'm not surprised. I feel like that's every Reddit story. You can drink a 16 Jaeger. This is a pretty upsetting story, and sharing it is hard. But I want people to understand. I'm not sure what I want them to understand. There's a lot that goes on in my head around this. There's the way people can change, and it's not their fault, I guess. I also want people to understand how dangerous farms can be. If you don't know what a threshing machine is, it's basically a machine that can sort and clean grain. They come in varying sizes, and they typically involve the grain being tossed inside a hatch into a set of rollers. These rollers are usually bladed and separating the grain from the I'm not sure. Oh, yes. Yes, queen. I saw some meme where it was someone shows me saying, mumbling slay queen when someone teaches you how to use a can opener. They're just you're doing that wrong. Here, let me show you. And you're just slay queen. Okay, if you don't know what a threshing machine is, basically to sort the grain, they come in varying sizes, and they typically involve the grain being tossed inside a hatch into a set of rollers. These rollers are usually bladed and separate the grain from the stalk, be it wheat, corn, rice, etc. The farm we lived on had a number of threshing machines for the grain, and that's all you really need to know for backstory. None of us knew Pawpaw was getting sick, least of all Pawpaw, and it came without warning. It was a sickness of the brain, and you don't often get warned with something like that. Dementia, they call it. But it was like a curse from the devil himself, honestly. One day he was fine, and then the next, he wasn't so fine anymore. Pawpaw had been slowing down in his old age, that much was true, but he still liked to go on walks around the farm grounds. That day I was with him. We were just talking casually about how school was going on and such, and the thresher machines were whirring nearby, so I don't think Pawpaw could really hear me. It was just a... He's at my feet because they stink, yeah. He brought over a Febreze can, he's spraying them. He's rolling on them like a dead animal. You like to keep us in suspense. Wait, what did I say? It's Brat Summer. It's Brat Summer, bitch. We're learning how to... This summer, I learned how to use a can opener. Have you guys seen these things? It's like a TikTok influencer. What the hell? You just clamp it and just start spinning? Cheesy Fritos. Where can I send me memes? At letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com. Oh, shitskis. Roki the fur. Thank you for the 20 gifted freaking memberships. Holy shizzers. Welcome Shanti Times, Kiara J, Gustavo, Shana Frianich, Slingcock Well, Tim Richards, Alexander 2410 FCB, Melly Sakura, Tasha Novak, Shara 246, Jade SM, Vitality, Fawn Solo, Angelic, Danielle Cagebian, Thomas Ashley, John Milner, Alpha Beans 3, David Neunlist, Maria's Kitty Cats. Welcome, my friends. Be sure to thank Roki the Fur for the amazing gifters. Thank you, Roki. You guys all now have access to bonus content. It was just nice to talk to someone. Then Papa just froze and began pointing at me. He said something like I was there to kill him. He said that he wouldn't let himself be taken by me. I thought he was joking, although it was very out of character for Papa. He was serious, though. Oh. He was a very serious, sedated man, though, and this was a sudden, violent outburst of screaming. And I barely had time to consider it before Papa grabbed me by the wrist and began dragging me toward the machinery. He was surprisingly strong for an old man, and I wasn't weak either, as a teenage guy who lived on a farm, but I didn't want to hurt Papa by struggling too much or knocking him back. That's why I initially underestimated him and was taken aback by his old man strength as he yanked me towards the thresher machines. Of course, it didn't help that he was yelling and screaming about how I was trying to kill him and how he would stop me. And by the time I realized Pa had the strength of a man possessed, we were over by the threshing machine. The thwething machines. The suffering succotash machines. I can't even see where my cat is. He's just down there. Like a good little baby. Is this his head? I don't even know. Either way, he's getting fucking squished. It is funny, though, whenever I went away for that weekend, like, I had someone look after him, but he's just been, like, so extraordinarily affectionate for, like, multiple days after. By the time I realized Pa had the strength of a man possessed, we were over by the thresher machines. Pa was screaming about how he wouldn't let me take him, how I was an agent of destruction. He was yelling all sorts of scary things that, in the moment, I just didn't understand. Looking back later, the event would simply just make me... What's up, tea time? Looking back later, the event would simply just make me sad. And right then, though, it was downright terrifying. I tried to pull away from Pa. It alarmed me to notice how close we were. I tried to pull away from Pa. It scared me to notice how close we were to the threshers now. One false move and either Papa or I get a limb caught, or worse. I was conscious of my feet slipping against the ground as Papa tried to manhandle me. All the while, he was screaming. His voice was sounding more terrified. Papa lost his mind. Papa got abducted by aliens. I literally bought one of those stupid robots that moves around to talk to my cats. It's like a drone thing. Does it have like your voice recording in it or something? Papa, don't manhandle me. I listened to this interesting podcast on my way down. I don't know if you guys ever listened to Danny Jones. He's basically just like a podcast interviewer, but he just interviews people about like crazy conspiracies and things of that nature or whatever. And he's a little bit annoying sometimes because he kind of like interrupts his guests and like doesn't really let them finish a lot of their thoughts, or there's always, I don't know what it is with Danny. Like, he's a nice guy, but like for some reason he seems to always kind of create like a mild sense of contention between him and his guess, or like the episodes that I've watched, it always just seems like there's a strange amount of like tension between him and some, anyways. But the guest that he had on was really interesting, where the guy was basically saying, yeah, it's sexual tension. They usually do make out at the end, which is great for me. It's all ASMR. But basically, the guy was saying that, you know, 1 million years ago or something like that, maybe more, there was some degree of like Nordic / Prometheus. You ever see the movie Prometheus, I think, from like Alien? And it's these like tall, super muscular, humanoid looking like creatures, but they all lived on like Mars. And then these humanoid creatures, these Nordics, they I don't know, Mars used to kind of look like Earth, right? Or like some degree of like Earth. It was definitely much more habitable, and it had like an atmosphere and things of that nature. And it was like sort of an advanced civilization that had been around a long ass time. And at some point during the way, these Nordics had figured out that the universe was actually a simulation. Like you hear people say that all the time, that the universe is a simulation, man, or whatever. But I never really understood what the fuck they were talking about when they say that, because I'm like, how's that any different than God? But basically, in that simulation, once they figured it out, that they just like basically kept going through endless forms of reincarnation, like death and reincarnation. A lot of them kind of reside at, you know, kind of, what's the word? They basically came to the conclusion that they're like, either like, we're fine with the fact that we get reincarnated over and over again, but the other ones were so frustrated with it that a lot of them became relatively like sadistic and hateful beings, obviously starting some of the wars on Mars and that kind of thing. And then at some point, to get away from like the desolation that was caused to Mars, they resigned. They created the moon, right? And I guess there are some historical documents or civilizations of people that said like that the moon was not always here on Earth, that there was like a time in which like the moon arrived or something of that nature. I don't fucking know. But basically, the moon came from Mars as some sort of like, you know what I mean? Some sort of Death Star style structure, right? And then the outsides of it are covered in such a degree of like dust that it's, you know, to make it look like a moon essentially. And that basically the interior of the moon is like hollow, and then all of these like sort of Nordic beings like live in there and, you know, do their Nordic being type shit. But then through the process of remote viewing, these remote viewers not only were able to like see these like ancient Mars civilizations, but they were also able to see that on like the dark side of the moon, the side that always faces away from the Earth as it like orbits around, it has like these large megalithic sort of city structures and that kind of thing. And that in some of these like massive giant craters that are the size of like continents, or like countries or whatever, they have people like, they have people that are like mining and constantly working in sort of like a generated atmosphere in those certain areas. And I guess the people that work there are sort of like a slave race that are human. And then I guess the Nordics, they were saying, have created humans through like experimentation, essentially to be like some degree of slave race that like serves them, but also, you know, mines goods and works for them and, you know, all that kind of stuff. And I don't know, it just sounds very terrifying. But I guess like there was some aspect of the moon and the fact that it's like one, you know, it's like it's 1/400th the size of Earth, but then it's 1/400th the distance to the sun from Earth. So like something about the moon is so incredibly abstract and perfect that it actually creates those eclipses, right? It's able to like create the eclipse that otherwise all of the moons on all the other planets within our solar system or, in the various other planets, like, don't. What about Yakub? I don't know actually about Yakub's story. It sounds similar in a weird way though. Yeah, so like it creates this perfect eclipse, which is just like a huge anomaly within our galaxy, or not our galaxy, but at least within our solar system. And so, yeah, the moon seems like a very strange thing. And there's even been, testing whenever they sent like those Apollo missions. They were saying whenever they landed there, it sounded like it rung like a bell for like an hour. And so they came with like a harder trajectory the next time they landed during like Apollo 13 or whatever. And then it, they hit it harder, and it rung like a bell for like 6 hours at that point or whatever. So it's sort of based on that, percussion. It was kind of demonstrating maybe to a degree that the moon was hollow, and that even in the manner in which that the craters form, like a lot of the times, like on Earth, whenever a meteorite hits Earth and creates like a crater, it's like the same distance wide that it is deep, if that makes sense, through some type of mathematics or whatever. But then for some reason on the moon, a lot of the craters on the moon will be like miles wide, but like definitively not as deep. So it's almost like indicating that there's just like a layer of something until like eventually you hit like a really strong structural metal or something that like essentially makes it so you're unable to access the moon. And then he was also saying that there's certain aspects of certain areas of the moon that have like variations of gravity. Like there's like fluctuations in like gravity poles there. So like if they ever bring, people go to the moon, they have to like be in deep consideration in where they land, because the gravity pole in those specific areas could affect, I don't know, the manner in which your machinery might land on the moon or something like that. I don't know, it's weird. But they were saying that maybe potentially there's some type of like escape pods in those sort of, gravity anomalies. And yeah, it's all just like really fascinating stuff. But I was just thinking, like, how terrifying of a story would it be where like one day you just celebrated your birthday or something like that and you're having a good time, and then just like out of nowhere one day you just like wake up and now you're on what appears to be like the moon or like some sort of like distant asteroid looking thing, and these giant Nordic like just absolute beasts are, basically slave drivers forcing you to work mining materials and stuff for them. I was just thinking that, like, those types of like abduction stories, because even if you were to somehow survive, somehow be sent back to Earth, nobody would ever believe you. I don't know, that would be kind of fascinating. Sounds fascinating. Was it a recent episode? Point me to it. Yeah, let me find it. I can find the guest. I mean, that guy was pretty interesting. He definitely was a very intelligent guy. Let's see. What the hell was his name? Danny Jones is the channel. Pretty good podcast, honestly. Pretty just interesting, especially if you're on the drive. And then the guest was, let's see, the title was Nuclear War on Mars, Time-Traveling Nazis, and the Techno-Apocalypse, Jason Giorgiani. So the guest is Jason Giorgiani, Jorjani, Cheeseballs, a.k.a. Cheeseballs is his name. I don't know. A lot of what he said, though, it's like maybe sometimes people are crazy and they just say things so confidently that it's like, you're not working on your birthday? Sorry, bro. It's the day after your birthday is when you get abducted. They give you a day to celebrate before they take you and make you a slave on the moon. Watching something on Google's quantum computer depicting something that seemed to be what they called the observer was interesting. They couldn't replicate the incident. Oh, like there was, like some type of anomaly in the code where something was watching them? I'd believe you. Honestly, if one of you was like insane enough to go on and on about being kidnapped and like made into a slave on the moon and had enough details, I'd probably listen for a little bit. Until I told them, guys, we need to fill this guy with Haldol. We need to inject some Haldol in this guy's ass. I don't care how we do it, but we need to do it soon and get him out of here. Can you reproduce on the moon? Probably. I mean, maybe. I mean, imagine how insane that would be, where like the population of humans on the moon is, I don't know. Who even knows? Like it's growing or whatever. It's officially your birthday. Happy birthday, Jenna. Oh, it is midnight. I gotta get going. I gotta get reading. All the while, he was screaming. His voice was sounding more terrified now, like a part of him was aware of what he was doing and how bad of an idea it was. We were so close to the threshers that grain of wheat were pinging against me, and I knew I needed to get Pa away from those machines. I also knew that there was a real and genuine danger to my life if I didn't fight back. I was so worried about hoarding, Jesus Christ, I do that all the time. I was gonna get hort. Horton, here's a hort. Bama Mom, welcome to the Butterstalk Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Yeah, I don't know. It was kind of interesting though. I mean, just the idea that like so many people were just the concept that like so many people or of those Martians or whatever, these Nordic beings had figured out that the reality is a simulation and that they can just repeat the process or whatever. They just became very sadistic and just like treated humans as nothing, which I guess makes sense if they like genetically engineered us or whatever. Nords are hot. Yeah, let's get a look at the Nords. Jarvis, bring up Nordics. Okay, I'm just getting some maps. Okay, Jarvis, delete yourself. I was so worried about hurting the old man, though. I cried out, hoping someone else might see what was going on and step in. Why were the machines running without anyone supervising? In reality, the whole thing had played out in a matter of seconds. I just couldn't see that people were coming over to help. All I knew was that in the immediate moment, I was in severe danger of having my head forced into that thresher by my grandfather. Now Pa continued to scream about how he couldn't let me hurt him. He had to stop me. I was so close to the thresher that I could smell the oil. The din of the machine was filling my head, and dust and grit were making my eyes water. I could hardly see. I was going to die. Papa was going to die. Maybe both of us. With a Hercules. Hey, Tribble Clef, thank you for the 5 gifters. To Scott E, Reclaiming Our Stories, Kit Kat, Angelina Vita, and Geo, aka George. Welcome, friends. You now have access to bonus content. Joel, the Madhouse episode was amazing. Oh yeah, that's another announcement, guys. Jarvis, sharp my pants, please. Jarvis, leave a stinky one in there. Leave it for the wife. She likes it. Okay, so it's called Madhouse, and it's on No Sleep. Are you guys familiar with No Sleep? So No Sleep is like a scary podcast where they read creepypastas and such. But I listened to the whole episode. It was done so well. Like it's the audio engineering that they do over on No Sleep is just like tippity top notch. And all of the voice actors, like a lot of the voice actors are just like literally pros, bro. Like I don't know, they just sell it so well, like some of them. And, David Cummings is like sort of like the spooky host or whatever. And he makes even the the advertisements sound interesting because he kind of ties them in with a story. And I don't know, it's just like everything's mixed so well that you just want to listen to it from beginning to end. And it was like I listened to it on my ride back from North Carolina, and it was just like an experience, Did you guys hear of Alligator Alcatraz? No, what is that? Spoopy Coast? Can you imagine doing facials? What are you talking about? Oh, you meant Twist of History. Oh, wait, which one did you say? Madhouse. Which one was the Madhouse? Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay, well, yeah, anyways, yeah, both Twist of History on, and then there's a new episode of No Sleep that I'm, like, the second story on. I think it's season 22 or something. Yeah, it was good, man. It was really good. Liver King going mental. Yeah, that was sad, you know. I mean, it is what it is. Like, obviously those people that use I mean, that's pretty common, honestly, within the bodybuilder realm, is that you not only just use, you know, heavy amounts of steroids, which, you know, it's been proven through his, I mean, just looking at him, but I mean, it's been proven through his leaked emails that he was spending like $12,000 a month on steroid usage while lying to all of us that he's, like, you know, just soaking his asshole in the sun or something, which is something that I've gained great benefit from his ancestral tenets, I'll be honest with you. But yeah, like a lot of those people within bodybuilding, they, like, what's his name? Rich Piana. Do you guys remember Rich Piana? He had a hilarious YouTube channel. Like, me and my roommate would watch Rich Piana videos, and he was just funny. He was just like a freaking crazy, quirky bodybuilding dude who just, like, clearly had anger issues, but it was really funny. And yeah, but, you know, in a similar fashion, a lot of these bodybuilder guys also get addicted not only to steroids and this sort of body dysmorphia type stuff, but they also get addicted to, like, the usage of, like, drugs. And yeah, it sounds like, you know, Liver King has been on some sort of uppers or something like that, that's just like some sort of methamphetamine derivative that's driven his brain to delusions of grandeur of sorts, you know what I mean? Am I matching memberships? I am, yeah. What are we at right now, do you know? I actually forgot that we do that. I'll have to take a loan out. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, I sunbake my asshole every morning. Liver King wanted to rejuvenate his career with a stunt. Well, you know, that's fair. I mean, the whole point of, like, selling his, like, supplements was, I mean, the whole point of him looking how he is and doing all that stuff and coming up with these tenets was just to sell his supplements, because that's crazy amounts of money to be. I mean, he was already doing well, but I don't know, now he's... it sucks, though. I mean, he didn't have to lie. He didn't have to lie about being on steroids, or maybe he did. Maybe that was the only way to really sell it, I guess. But, I mean, there's a lot of telltale signs of, like, people who are on steroids. You know, one of them being, like, looking like a goddamn fucking silverback gorilla is usually, you know, step one. Also, I do believe that Liver King just came back from a long stint on the moon. So I don't know what they did to him up there, but it ain't good, and nobody believes him. With a Herculean effort, I grabbed Papa around the waist and lifted him up off the ground. I still have no idea how I was strong enough. Pa was an old man, but he wasn't small or frail. Not yet, at this point anyway. And I think it was like one of those stories you hear about with mothers lifting cars off their small children, only it was me lifting Pa away from that thresher machine. And by now I'd become more concerned with the old man falling into the machine than the idea of him forcing me in. I just wanted to get my Papa to safety, and we could work out why he was screaming and trying to kill me later. Pa did not like being manhandled, though, especially in his delusion that I was an aggressor trying to kill him. He bucked, he thrashed. He thrashed in my arms, and I toppled backwards. Now quickly I let go of Pa and spun around, grabbing the side of the thresher machine and halting myself just inches from the spinning, rotating blades. And holy F, I had no time to relax, though. Pa grabbed my head from behind. He was trying to force my face into that thresher. Pa screamed in my ear. He yelled something about how I'd regret what I'd done, that I wouldn't take him too. I could feel the hot air from the machine against my cheek. The thresher was like some hungry, violent animal beneath me, and I suddenly remembered that the machine shared its name with some type of shark. Both of them were out for blood in that moment. And that's what crossed my mind, and that's what made me say no, screaming it. I kicked back from that thresher, sending Papa flying, and I no longer had the luxury of worrying about bruises or scrapes. I needed to get both of us away from that machine. Thankfully, Pa stumbled backward and I grabbed him again. I dragged him along the ground away from the thresher. I was shouting at him now, shouting that it was me, his grandson, shouting for him to get a grip on himself. I also really dislike in stories when people have kind of an odd name for someone and then it gets repeated 10 million times in a row. What's up, Virgo? How we doing? You know jizz floating in zero gravity. Mine honestly has a very high density. It might not. It might fall right back down to Earth, piercing a hole through our space vessel. You want me to blow something up? Just the toilet. Just the toilet. Y'all got the moon swoon. Yeah, that would be funny that you go up there to work on the moon, and for some reason people fall, the closer you are to the Nordics, you fall in love with the things they force you to do. Oh yeah, what are you guys doing for 4th of July? Shouting for him to get a grip on himself. People were finally running over too. My dad grabbing both of us in an embrace of generations at that point, and then things were just sort of... this whirling blur of action. My sudden spike in adrenaline fizzled out then, and I just collapsed to the ground. Already I could see Pa had started to wander, looking confused. The expression on his face in that moment broke my heart, because that's when I knew. I knew what had gone wrong. I knew what had happened in his brain and that everything would change for him from here on in. He had a number of other lucid moments after this, but to me, this was one of the last times I saw Papa. He became something different after that. It's rare for dementia to suddenly manifest into violent moments like that, and from what we could gather, Pa believed that I was an enemy soldier from his time in the military. It's hard to be sure, though, because he was never really there after that. Pa sadly had to go into a home because of that manifested violence, and I found it very hard to visit him in there. I could remember the man he used to be, but I could also remember the man he'd been the day on that farm, when my own flesh and blood, Not doing it for the 4th, hanging out with my cat, probably watch anime. That sounds chill. Are you from the United States though, Finksy? Are you from the UK? Routing for the drone seeking criminal fireworks. Oh yeah. Man, I hope nothing bad happens on 4th of July. I think the most annoying thing if some sort of terroristic action would happen on the 4th of July. Obviously it would just suck because, that would be not great. But the fact that that the government would subject us to remembering it every fucking holiday, they're like, and lest we forget what and those that we lost on the 4th of July, 2025. It's like, Jesus Christ, dude, I'm drunk. I just drank a fruity 40, and I got it in 2 hands. All I want is a fucking big hot dog. I don't want to have to remember everything sad all the time. I think the government needs to take a new marketing strategy on how to come up with holidays. It doesn't always have to be something upsetting. I could remember the man he used to be, but I could also remember the man that he'd been on the... I could remember the man he used to be, but I could also remember the man he'd been that day on the farm, when my own flesh and blood was trying to murder me because he saw me as a stranger. As a stranger. My whole life I've pronounced the word stranger as stranger. I had a panic attack in Penn Station. I didn't like New York at all. It has so many people versus the West Coast, although after New York I stopped completely losing my mind when I had to go to LA. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I wasn't a big fan of New York either. It's a lot to take in, but it's like not only do you have to like take in that many like, you know, amounts of people, it's also quite difficult to like deal with the fact that a lot of the people in New York are just not friendly at all, you know. They don't have time for you, and they couldn't care less if you just got abducted by Nordics and taken to the moon. Jersey Shore horror story video, the horror story in itself of all the New Yorkers, yeah. I do remember I had some New Jersey stories. We had a sweet thumbnail because it was kind of like Grand Theft Auto that Robin made. Pretty freaking sweet. New York looks stinky. Yeah, I mean, it's a city, bro, you know? I mean, like, from what I've heard from, like, what the comedians say, it sounds like New York City and LA are substantially better than Austin. Have any of you guys been to Austin, Texas? Apparently they just have, like, a Mongol horde of fucking homeless people, like, ready to chop your head off with, like, machetes as soon as you get off the plane or try to, like, get a slice of pizza. And that there are, like, bugs that, you know, are bigger than Kong Island. New York is pee-pee town. And poo-poo. Hey, yo, I'm from poo-poo town, New York. Back out of here. Fuck you, dude. I'm from New York. And I like to piss in a bucket. Come on. I've never been anywhere west of the East Coast. Huh. Well, you should maybe give it a whirl. New Jersey definitely way stinkier, I've heard. Quite the stinky. Because Austin is a dry heat, so you can live homeless. Yeah. I mean, it's still weird though. I mean, like, I don't know. It would just suck, like, everywhere you go. Like, do you just get harassed by homeless dudes? I remember, like, knowing someone who was, like, from Austin, and they had a friend who legitimately, like, dated a homeless dude. Like, they met the homeless guy, and then they were just dating for a while. I'm like, it's a bit strange. It's a bit strange. I take you back to my luxury cardboard box. She was a hobosexual. Big bro, can't tell you how many of your vids I've watched and listened to. Too many to count. Thank you for your endless hours of entertainment. You're welcome, gaming. Since 71 Gaming. Good to see you, bro. Come hang out more often around here. Austin is chill when you're in the college areas. Now being in Colorado, there's tons of homeless. I'm not used to it. Oh, interesting. So it's not. Who's Robin? Robin is Robin Mikalsen. He does all of my visuals, and now he like is one of the primary editors over on Satin Soul, which is my true crime channel. I do remember going to like Boulder, Colorado, I think, back in 2014, and I do recall like very close to Boulder University or something, there was just like an enclave of a shit ton of homeless people just existing on the campus and stuff. I'm like, damn. I have a true crime channel. I do. It's called Saturn Soul, and basically I'm taking the true crime that I've read on this channel and like editing it into like really cool, engaging videos that are very similar to the channel called Scary Interesting, if you've seen his channel, which is pretty sweet. A lot of homeless people in Ossining. Where's that at? The smiley face killers are in Austin. Oh yeah, wait. Is that still going on? The smiley face killers? My niece said that was outside Penn State, which is sad if that's true. Could have been stinky teens. They all look homeless now. Wait, what are you talking about? Sorry. Did you say Penn Station? Or somebody was saying Penn Station. Roki with another 20 gifters. Holy crap. To Amy Randy, Ancient Chart Music and Art, Karmic Disaster, CC Ice, Muna, Quivercraft, Dawn, Just Another Bitch, Heather Hartman, Michael Woolaway, Dave's Waffle House, PJ Wolf Weimers, Jeannie Walters, Mac and Cheese, Unfazed, Isaac Kenny, Brit92, Annalisa, Rolando Chimizo, Nathan Forrester, Donna Jane, and Grace Hawkins. Welcome, my friends. Be sure to thank the ever-generous and ever-kind Roki the Fur for their gifters. You now have access to bonus content. Thank you, Roki. Oh, wait, I'm matching that, too. I forgot. Yeah. Remind me at the end. We'll get the exact numbers. Okay. And so... Oh man, are we only like halfway? That's crazy. And so... fix this grammar, don't change the story. Mischievous dog. I went on a night twice here, and both times almost got kidnapped for some reason. People from Colorado think you'll be too nice to fight back. What the fuck? Yeah, I guess Colorado is one of those weird places. I think my friend's there right now. New channel's really nice, thank you. Okoyasu Nijamura. Fish to fish frog. We got fish to fish frogs from all over the nation. We're going to our cabin to watch the Denver fireworks and surrounding area from a safe distance, perched on a mountaintop. That does sound nice. Cranking my mischievous hog for everyone at the play place to see. Perfect length to watch the meal and listen to the only person I'm watching on YouTube. Oh, nice. Am I really the only person you watch on YouTube? It's kind of fascinating. I feel like there's got to be someone else cool out there. What about Michael's Arts and Crafts? This happened some years back. I used to walk my dog out in the Somerset countryside, where there are a lot of orchards. Orchards? Orchards. Why does that sound odd? Mr. Ballin. Yeah, watch Mr. Ballin. Orchards. The only one I watch, only live I watch on YouTube. Yeah, and it's kind of sad, like, I don't know, overall, YouTube is just, like, doesn't really notify people of, like, anything anymore, especially live streams. Like, we're at 371 people, but, like, I feel like normally by this time we would have, like, 500, so, I don't know. Maybe I talk too much about the moon. You get my notifications? Thank God. I engage. Oh yeah, I mean, I hate streamers that don't like talk to their audience at all. Now granted, you get on Twitch and you look at some of the Twitch chat and it is a bit brain dead, but you guys are adults who are, you know, have interesting stuff to say and dialogue and all that kind of stuff, and I've built sort of an, you know, a rapport. That'd be funny that you're on a date with somebody out, you go on a date for like 5 months or something, and then the girl's like, I think I love you, and you're like, I have built a rapport with you, and you shake her hand and you walk out. You check every night for me? Oh, well, I mean, you should check Sunday nights and Wednesday nights. That's when I go live. They're the only accounts videos I've memorized by drop dates and only live error watch day. Oh, okay, perfect. Well, that's good that I stick to a schedule then, so we don't really have to rely on notifications all the time. I've been on a stream and the streamer would be passive-aggressive or active-aggressive anytime the chat disagreed or contradicted them. Yeah, you know, it's kind of lame, you know? It's like, I guess sometimes I can be kind of, like, I've sent things to people's house in this chat that disagree with me, like, sure. But, like, I'm usually open-minded, you know what I mean? I've sent thugs. Just kidding. Lame is a slur, isn't it? What? Why? Stop changing all the words, bro. No, I'm done. No, we're not adding any more words to the slur list. We're done. They've cut it off. They said it was filled. It was filled to the fucking brim with things to be upset about. We're done with that. Shit can be lame, and you don't have to, like, come on. Whimsical's a slur? God! It's offensive against the fairy nation. Against the mythical woodland creatures. Yeah, when I called you guys dude, that was a slur too, because it was a misgenderization. Love is offensive because of people who don't have it. That's a good point. That's a great point. He taught me ginger is a slur. I was just trying to return the favor. Lame means disabled. Oh, no. I think I might have been. I probably was joking about the ginger thing, too. I mean, almost everything I say is sort of, like, veiled in some degree of sarcasm, I suppose. I didn't say misgenderize. I said mistenderize. Like they mistenderized the dog. They didn't hit it with hammers enough. Yeah, but if you okay, yeah, you wouldn't look at a person with disabilities and say you're lame. Like obviously that's not what you say, but like there's not even a single instance in my brain in which like I would ever like be at a shitty fucking live concert and the guy sucks at playing guitar and I'm like, "Oh my god, dude, let's get out of here. This is fucking lame." That I would ever sit there and ponder to myself like about somebody in a wheelchair or like upsetting somebody, you know what I mean? Or even aiming that degree of word. I mean, it's all about intent, right? It's all about your intention with like how you use it and the tone. Right, yeah, the Michael Scott is like, you don't call retarded people retarded. You call your friends retarded because they're acting retarded. You know what I mean? Like it's just, I thought we've overcome this, all these words, like words, like we're regressing. We've regressed so much in this sort of like abstract vernacular of society since the 1990s and early 2000s. And you want to know why we fucking regress so much? It's because people are bored. People are so bored with how nice everything is that they have to like generate conflict in their mind. So they have to like abstractly change definitions of things and like warp words around to create conflict and say that silence is violence and this, you know what I mean? It's just, they have to wart. Yeah, it's just like, I'm not accepting the cancellation. I don't even accept it. It's like you guys are speaking fucking like Martian to me right now. It's like Martian words. I don't even, I'm existing in a plane of existence that's free from the idea that someone can even feel upset. I won't even absorb or accept your upsetness anymore. I'm not saying that any of you guys are actually feeling this way, but just the concept in and of itself. Don't you think for a second if a word upsets you, don't you think like deep down within yourself that maybe something's wrong with yourself? That a word, a little silly like utterance of a vibration from your mouth is somehow such a powerful magic spell that it can defeat your mind? Like what's wrong with you? Grow up. Grow the heck up. Grow up. Grow up and go to the gym. Go on a walk. Go make a friend. Go live fucking life. Get off the goddamn internet. I know I sound like a fucking boomer now, but it's just like, come, guys. None of that matters anymore. I'm not existing in that plane of existence any longer. I've had enough, and I encourage all of you to have enough as well. But I love you. The reason I say this is because I love you guys. I say the fact that you shouldn't let people control you with words because I love you, because it's a slippery slope. It's a slippery slope of insanity. It truly is. It truly is. And it's just a manner in which that someone that tends to feel weak can feel powerful. And it's so silly. It's so silly. They're gonna send me to the fucking moon for this, bro. They're gonna send me to the Nordics. Whatever. Honestly, I would rather go work in a slave mine on the moon than ever listen to a single Twitter/Reddit opinion ever again in my entire existence. Because at least up there, I'm getting a good workout. Maybe I would go to North Korea, honestly. This happened some years back. I used to walk my dog out in the Somerset countryside, where there are a lot of orchards. It's cider country, after all. There was a large orchard near me where I'd take my Labrador. I can't stop thinking about forced work camps. It's more about you than a word or a name or a slur even. It's more about the mental state of the offended person than the person who said the word. Well, that's exactly true. It's in many ways, the power that people get from trying to correct your language is in and of itself a sense of selfishness, because they get a certain kick out of saying it. They get a certain sense of power, and they actually don't even realize that it's actually them who is trying to gather the attention. And honestly, it's like a cat. Like if a cat meows and meows and meows and meows, eventually you're like, what the fuck do you want? You know what I mean? And you pick up the cat and you hold it and you do something, or maybe you even shoo it away. Get the fuck out of here, kitty. You know what I mean? Like, because either way, it's a negative, it's a positive, it's a reinforcement. And it's a reinforcement of behavior that everyone just needs to stop enabling. You're calling CPS, yeah. Guys, my dog's been shitting on the floor, and my kids we all have Guardia. Me and Pradeep have Guardia now. We've been rolling around in this shit. Not being able to name your kids certain things like Hitler, right? I know, ruined it for everyone, huh? When chic? Is that chic? Julia's kids. I have a cat. Isn't policing how people perceive words just as bad as policing what is offensive and what isn't? I mean, well, then we're at a stalemate, aren't we? You know what I mean? Like, at the end of the day, all I want to say when it comes to policing other people's words is that you can't control them, and you never will control them. And the manner in which that you try to exert control over their reality is never going to be valid. It's never going to be good. And it's silly, and it's pointless. And it's all really, based in this, like, once again, an abstract sense of, like, insecurity that you can't move past, like, the simplest child rhythmic rhyme of, like, words bounce off of me or whatever the fuck, what I'm saying? Yeah, it's freedom of speech. Like, I just don't fucking care. Just no one, who fucking cares anymore? And I think the fact that that's, like, all we really have anymore is just, like, this weird sense of indirect communication through the internet. It's like amplified this certain sense of wordage, you know, which in many ways, like, you have to wonder to yourself, like, is this being guided? Is this being like manipulated? This certain sense of like amplifying, you can't talk a certain way, or you can't think a certain way, or you can't say certain words or communicate in certain way. You know what I mean? Like, it's a slippery slope that really does start to erode into the entire concept of what it means to be constitutional. You know what I mean? But if you really want to get into it, now once again, I think Michael Scott had it perfectly demonstrated in the sense of his statement where he says, like, you don't call a person that has a situation that. You call your friend that because they're acting that way. And the idea behind it is intention. And intention will always be king at the end of the day. And I don't know. And even if someone is mean to you or whatever the fuck, or says a mean thing, all you got is, I mean, like, it's going to always be that way, you know? There's always going to be like people that are just a little bit rude or a little bit crass or a little bit sailor-esque, you know what I mean? Like, it's just, I just censor myself. I did, because I'm trying to prove a point, because people get so caught up in it. But you're right. And I'm fearful of it, you know what I mean? I'm fearful. Like, I shouldn't have to, like, be fearful of just, like, conventional language, you know? It's just, it's a strange idea. And once again, and the weirdest, concept of, like, language, the idea of, like, canceling people or rallying around, you know, creating like a hate mob towards someone in the words that they speak or the things that they think. Once again, it just derives itself from feeling a certain sense of power, of like sharks, you know, circling a drop of blood or whatever it might be. And then they move on. They devour the carcass, and then they move on, and it's fucking meaningless. They don't even care. Horror Culture with Rosen with a 2 says, you're my favorite YouTuber. Keep it up. Thank you, my friend. Feelings? What are those? I'll probably never catch these feelings. What is weird is the age of the people dictating the culture. Yeah. I mean, in many ways, it's like, I think that's what I dislike so much about social media sites, is this concept of like terms of services. Like, clearly there are certain manners in which you want to conduct things, but it is odd to me how, like, as culture shifts, so can this like terms of service system, you know what I mean? Like, you know, 5 years ago you can't say something, and then suddenly YouTube changes their terms of service and now you can say it. And like, you know, it's just idiotic to me. It's like all they're really chasing at the end of the day is like their continuous paycheck or whatever the audience is leaning towards and all that kind of stuff. But you have to also wonder to yourself, like, how much degree of influence that truly is over a culture when you constantly tell people that you can't say something. Eventually it could make its way into like a codification. You know, it could become a law that you can't speak a certain way or act a certain way or do a certain thing. And I think that's a really dangerous, also slippery slope within culture, how much power social media companies truly have over who we are and how we conduct ourselves in public. What do you think about people canceling Mark Wahlberg? I mean, I don't know anything about it, honestly. I do remember, like, vaguely recall years ago them bringing up something about him fighting an Asian man at some point. I don't know, like attacking him like through like racial motivations, but I don't know the exact story there. Does your profile picture offend any? Let's take a peek. Let's get a look at this. It's so funny. You see it from a distance, you have no idea, but now I see it and it's pretty funny. People naively think it won't work its way into law. I mean, I think that's the weird thing, is they sit there and say like that these companies, you know, have like they're private companies so they can kind of do what they want. But I mean, it's clear that it influences people's perspectives. I mean, how much shit has like YouTube said that you can't talk about that did in turn mitigate conversation, when now, you know, not even like a few years later, the narrative on like COVID is like completely different. The narrative on all sorts of different, concepts and ideas are completely different. Like, it's like the more you try to hold back what large swaths of people might consider the truth, or at least want to discuss, just, I don't know. I don't think it really works, but the more it just kind of shines a light on how corrupt a lot of this shit is, you know what I mean? There was a large orchard near me where I'd take my Labrador Retriever as part of one of our regular walks. A public footpath ran through the orchard, so while it was privately owned property, like a lot of the Somerset countryside, it was okay to just wander around. This meant it was usually a pretty populated dog walking spot. I would often meet other walkers in and around those long, seemingly never-ending avenues of apple trees. Not always, though. Sometimes the orchard would be completely empty, especially on more dreary, overcast days. And that's what this day was like. Classic British weather. Cold and just a bit rainy. Usually on days like this, I wouldn't see many other dog walkers, and that day was no exception. So it was just me and Ben, my dog, strolling through the trees. The air was misted with this sort of rain, and the atmosphere was really breathtaking, even despite the crappy weather. Ben was running ahead through the lines of trees, and I saw movement and called out to him, just to keep him in sight. The movement I'd seen wasn't Ben, though. Ben came trotting out from behind me, emerging from the orchard. He wagged his tail and I pet him. Movement up ahead amongst the trees was... oh, it's like its own sentence. Joel, Mark Wahlberg attacked a Vietnamese man during the Vietnam War. He yelled a lot of racist slurs and badly beat the man, but he has since apologized many times for it and hasn't done that again. Yet. That's the big fear. He hasn't done it yet. Imagine what would happen if he visited Vietnam. It's weird to think that he was that old. How old is Mark Wahlberg? He still seems like young in my mind. Mark Wahlberg is 54 years old. So how old was he, like, during the Vietnam War? Mark Wahlberg was not alive during the Vietnam War, which took place in the late 1950s and 1975. He was born in 1971, therefore he would have been a young child and not even school age during the war's final years. Oh, okay. I was going to say. So wait, what is the story with the whole Vietnam guy? Like, did he just attack some poor dude randomly? I had a college professor that showed a PowerPoint which words that are offensive and things in normal language, like insane and lame, was on the list. One student tried rightfully to argue. Yeah, I don't know. It's like that list has like expanded in like recent years, and all because of like this sort of the insanity of like TikTok and that kind of like strange culture war that's going on. And it's frustrating because it's like you try to argue and like they're only, the majority of the time people's like arguments and counter to that is that you're just a bad person. Oh, actually, me trying to, trample on the way that you talk and mitigate the manner in which you like use words, really more so just to like feel a momentary sense of gratitude or power. Well, the reason that you're wrong is because you're bad. You're actually just like all of the dictators on earth at one time mixed together into a big pile of Play-Doh poop. It's just like, I don't like, go outside. Go the fuck outside. Holy shit. What's up, Drew? I mean, yeah, it's like a regressive Puritanism, you know what I mean? This regressive Puritanism that, and nobody's ever going to be whatever the fuck you want them to be. No one is arresting you for saying the words, though, yet, and they do, there is like linguistic laws in like other countries, the United States still is protected by like fucking constitutional protections, But there are linguistic aspects in other countries in which people get in trouble with the law. And so I'm saying this is something that people must fight against. You don't want to exist in a world where this government that you think is benefiting you right now with their like linguistic laws are somehow going to not eventually use that against you. And it's literally eventually going to be used against you. It's a slippery slope. They can change it at any fucking moment, and they will. They will use it to their opportunity, whether it's like you can't say anything about an ongoing war in some distant land, or you can't criticize some aspect of the government. It will eventually be used against you. Hence why the concept of freedom of speech is so beneficial to the United States, and it should be constitutionally codified in every fucking country. I mean, even if an idea is bad, there's still laws protecting those individuals from any sort of like crime or whatever. But like, you should be able to talk about anything as long as it's just talking. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It's just insane to me. Like this idea that you can't argue back or fight back or point out in history in which it's like been used against people. Yet the people who are canceling people are not the same people voting for the government that oppresses you the most. I don't even know what... Are you saying, like... What are you saying? Let me read it again. Yet the people who are canceling people are not the same people voting for the government that oppresses you the most. I don't really understand what you're saying. Because there's been, on both sides of, you know, at least in the United States, multiple forms of oppressive actions that have occurred through the process of censorship. Censorship has been a huge thing, and hence why I think like the concept of Trump has actually been one of the worst fucking things that could have probably happened to the United States, mainly because of the reaction from, it's like if Trump is like the ember, the fire, the media is like the fuel, and it just like sort of creates like this wildfire, this sort of like ongoing culture war, but at the same time it creates this like slingshot back and forth where like, you know, one side is like tacitly comfortable with like shutting down the entire nation for like multiple years and, you know, changing aspects that are like codified into voting laws or implementing curfews for people or mitigating speech. But then right now we have this really abstract thing going on that a lot of people don't pay attention to, but it's the whole like no kings protests and all that kind of shit. There's this normalization, this fascistic movement towards like mobilizing like AI to start like databasing people and like monitoring them, and you don't realize at the end of the day you get stuck in this sort of Hegelian dialectic where like they create the problem and then provide the solution, create the problem, provide the solution, and like both sides sit and kind of like play off each other. But at the end of the day, the individual, you are not part of a left or right. You are simply yourself, a point of perspective in a sea of other souls. But they use this like tribalistic methodology against you, if you understand what I'm saying. And that oppression will come if you know, it might feel like right now it's good to mitigate people's speech, right? It might feel like it's a good thing to like hold people back from saying things, but there will come a day, and there already is a time in which they'll use it against you. I mean, like, loosely really, like some people can't even get into the fucking country based on the goddamn memes. Like they have memes on their fucking phone and they're getting like deported. You know, you saw that guy from like Oslo, Norway and shit like that, and all sorts of things. Like that's fucking weird, man. That's fucking weird, bro. And that's why you kind of have to, you know, separate yourself from this concept of like political identity, because you get so caught up in the cult-like thinking that you start to be comfortable with what your side does, even if it's like authoritarian in a degree. You have to recognize the authoritarian in all of it, you know what I mean? You have to call it out when it happens, and I hope I do that. You know, I don't want to choose sides or anything like that, but it's frustrating, man. It's very frustrating that a lot of people don't really see that, and they don't see how we're kind of manipulated almost every day to be frustrated with each other rather than coming together and having a conversation. Need more butter socks, good point. How many words tonight? It seems like we're in like the 8,000 mark or something. Movement up ahead amongst the trees I saw. Was there another dog walker out? I couldn't explain why, but I was beginning to feel very unsettled. I never felt unsettled. I walked Ben almost most days and sometimes in the dark. Maybe it was my own failing, but I never really got spooked. But that day... Bro, when are you actually live? I checked if you were live at like 3 hours ago and I saw Monday plus Thursday. So Monday, Thursday videos, right? Sunday, Wednesday is me recording the videos for the next day. So I am live streaming Sundays and Wednesdays. I should put that on my banner maybe. I should like implement that on the banner. What's up, JT? Waiting for me on Sunday. Oh, yeah, sorry. So Sunday was like a compilation the next day. So there's like one day a month where I'm just like not streaming. The reading was not good. Okay, I'll do it again. What's up, Marianka? How you doing? But that day, Andrew Batts with the 5 says, "Hey Joel, have you ever seen that guy that played Mr. Belvedere fan club SNL skit? It was in the early 90s and it starred Tom Hanks pretty funny." No, I don't think I remember that one. I watched a lot of SNL back in the day just on the reruns on Comedy Central, but I don't recall that one. You didn't stream on Sunday and we thought you abandoned us. No, I'm sorry. Once a month though. You can, so set your clock. So like what Sunday was the 29th, right? So then 1, 2, 3, 4, the 27th of July will be another no stream day. Freedom of speech doesn't mean freedom from consequences. You know, people say that, but like, what would be a context, I guess, for what you mean, you know? Because if it's like saying like, I deserve the right to punch someone in the face for saying a word I don't like, but then you're going to have consequences upon yourself. Or if you're one of those people that like gets, you know, one of those weird abstract doxing mobs on the internet that for whatever reason don't like what someone's saying and then they dox them. Like there's legal consequences for that too. So sometimes the negative response to freedom of speech by like sort of like loosely implying that there will be a negative outcome. I don't know what it will be, but it will be bad. You know, like that's weird. It's weird to say. BTM Reviews, thank you for the 10 gifters to TJ, AH, New Edge Mustang, Brian Fox, Pimu, Nana, Jimpy, Char's Entertainment Weekly, Sella Lily from California. Love the spam. The N-word question? I mean, I'm not advocating for you to go out and say bad words to people. I'm not advocating for you to go out and, like, be mean to folks, you know what I mean? Like, that's not what I'm saying. But, like, if you genuinely feel like someone saying a word deserves physical violence, then that's not good. Because a word is a word, right? But like to respond with physical violence is insanity. It's genuinely insanity and it gets you in trouble. You could, who knows, you could punch someone for saying a bad word, they get knocked out, they hit their head, they die, or they, you know, they sue you, you go to jail. You know, it's just like none of it's good. Like, you know, sometimes, like, and most people don't go around like screaming shit at people, and I'm not advocating for that at all, so I don't really know what the question is. JT, welcome to the Buttersock Cult. You now have access to bonus content and BTM Reviews. Thank you for the 10 gifters to Nos Nos Bro, Night Scraper TM, Miss Jackson Stewart, Emily, Ruvian Rose, Julia G, Melanie Devril, don't trip us, homeboy. Knock you bliat. Southside Sire, sir, sire. Welcome, friends. Thank you again. BTM Reviews, very kind. No, I'm sorry for being rude too. I love you too. I just I think those conversations are good. And I think honestly a lot of like aspects of society are kind of like finding I think we're all kind of starting to find like a middle ground, you know, in that regard. And but if you really sit and look at it, if you really sit and analyze the past 10 years, because I am 35, I am old enough to have been terminally online long enough for the past decade to see the rise of Trump, the rise of censorship, the sort of like astroturfing of like certain perspectives and the censorship of other perspectives, to the extent that it didn't give like an even playing field in like the marketplace of ideas for quite a while, and then suddenly this like resurgence by like allowing those ideas to exist without like immediate automated, you know, blocking of counts and deleting and all that kind of stuff. So I don't know, you have to like I think you have to speak against that, because otherwise it's just going to be used to manipulate people and shit, and it's annoying. I better have eaten dinner. I should eat something. Thank you, Ricky. Appreciate you, dude. That day, though, something was giving me bad feelings. Up ahead, along the row of darkening apple trees, a figure stepped into the gap. He was quite some distance from me, but I could make out that it seemed to be a man in a long coat. Something about him made me feel even more uncomfortable. I couldn't put my finger on it as he stepped forward, and the man began walking toward me. There was something about his gait, something about his posture and the way that he walked that felt threatening. I pretended not to see him and decided to hurry away to the left. I clipped Ben's leash to his collar in case we needed to run. Now, glancing over my shoulder, I realized that I'd lost sight of the guy. Maybe he was just another walker and I had nothing to worry about. Something told me that that wasn't the case, though, and I began to hurry through the trees, Ben at my side. When the guy stepped out ahead of me, I had to stifle a very small scream, and I swear to God, it was like something out of a slasher movie. He just emerged from between the trees, except now he was much closer to me and different. He was different! He was different! The political pendulum keeps swinging harder. I know, dude, it's not fun, man, because, like, this constant idea that the world is ending or that the other side is, like, coming to steal your soul, right, is always going to result in further and further aggressive response, even if it's just from one side. Even if just even if there was, like, say they lie about one side, but then another side perceives the lie, right? You perceive the lie that the other side is evil. Your response is always going to be in tow with that. So it's always going to be extreme to some degree. And it's just going to create further and further division while, like, justifying a further and further move towards some degree of authoritarianism, you know, in all of its various forms. And that's what's just so fucking frustrating, is that sometimes you're just like, what are you even mad about? But they're like, well, I don't know, but I have to react accordingly. The world is always ending, but I have the answer. What is the answer? Both sides are spitting the same evil. It's gross. I agree. I definitively feel like both sides don't. You know, it sucks that we have, because I mean, isn't it strange? Like, there's, like, how many people are in the United States? Like 370 million, 350 million, and then for some reason you just kind of like arbitrarily assume every one of those constituents, every one of those voters, every one of those individuals just like fit into the, you know, comfortable, you know, religious categories of like left versus right. Like, why is there not, like, yeah, I mean, I know there is. I know there's like a green party, a purple party, a squingle party. Like, but I mean, why isn't there like a system in place that, And in my opinion, I think it's just easier to control. You know what I mean? It's just so much easier to control certain narratives, certain outcomes, and to mitigate certain risks whenever there's only two things to pick from. And it's definitely a lot easier to divide everyone whenever. But I mean, how many times have you just arrived at a position where you're like, I don't like either of these fucking idiots, bro. This is stupid. I'm a plant by the government to keep us docile so that we feel like someone is thinking about it and speaking out for us. But in reality, he is keeping all the secrets and only giving us. True, I am a Mossad insider, and there will soon be a false flag that will get us into a war with Iran, and I hope you guys are comfortable with invading Tehran with me. Well, I'll live stream it together. I'm old enough to know that the threat of World War III has been a constant threat for the last 20 years at least. That's true. I mean, Cold War, all that kind of stuff. Hope you're doing awesome tonight. Yes, both sides are the same. They are both BS. I'm ignoring them now because I like being happy. And I think, yeah, I mean, how much better do you feel not consuming a YouTube video that's about like the culture war and consuming a video that's about painting or the theory of music or how to write a really scary story, or how to write a nice poem, or a really funny Key and Peele style skit. You know what I mean? Like those are, yeah, or how to get featured on Let's Read. You send threats. I'm just kidding. What about war in Pakistan? I don't know what's going on there. I guess we can check in on that. I should get even more sidetracked. What's the sitch with the war in Pakistan? If I was a psyop, I would keep the country socially distracted by dividing them with social media, while polling laws behind the curtain by lobbyists. I mean, I agree. I mean, the whole thing. So we talked about the fact that, like, they were mobilizing that AI Palantir shit in like response to, like, in my opinion, what appeared to be like pretty astroturfed and like, I don't know, those riots in like LA. Obviously I wasn't there, but a lot of it in some fashion seemed almost like semi-inorganic. I'm just speculating. I don't know if that's true at all, but you get something like that going, and then you sit there and say like, well, we gotta like overreact and respond, and now every citizen is like, you know, first it starts with people that are like illegal aliens, and then it moves to the actual citizens, and you know, it's just all a slippery slope all the fucking time. And many of the times I just wonder if like any of the narratives that occur are like legitimate, you know? It just, all of it feels fake and stupid. Alright, sorry. Taliban linked attacks in the northwest on July 2nd, a roadside bomb in Bajar killed 5 government officers and wounded 11. Authorities suspect Tehreek-e-Taliban, Pakistan, which operates across the Afghan border. Separatist violence in Balochistan on July 1st, militants stormed a police station and set banks ablaze in Mustang, killing a local boy and injuring several. The Baloch Liberation Army, BLA, seeking independence from Balochistan, is the prime suspect. Recent mock bombing mid-May claimed by the BLA. This attack killed at least 14 soldiers. The Pakistani military attributes it to Indian proxy actors while intensifying counterinsurgency efforts. It's crazy, man. How do you even keep track of, like, imagine if you had to be like some type of general. Like, how do you even keep track of all this shit? What is your PFP? I tried to change it back when I was to the Powder Puff Girl, but I only see the face. I was going to say from a distance it looked like Bubbles from Powder Puff Girl. And that is what it is. It's Bubbles with cool butterflies. Nice, dude. Powder Puff. Isn't that what it is? Or a Power Puff. Yeah. Sorry. I'm sorry. Random question, but do you think Alex DeLarge, Clockwork Orange, is a good portrayal of a realistic psychopath in cinema, or do you think there are more realistic portrayals? Well, I mean, my instinct is to say no, because I watched it and it just seemed like it was, it's a theatrical psychopath, right? Psychopath. Yeah, it just, it felt theatrical. He was, he certainly did evil things, but it was in such a manner of insanity and ultra-violence or whatever that in a context of sort of abstract dystopian, British UK, that you wouldn't even be able to correlate it to actual real people unless it was based on somebody, I guess. But even in that scenario, you'd have to watch it. But to sit there and see that the character of Alex had nice family and was just sort of born bad. I guess, didn't it say he was born bad or something? I don't know. I'm not saying it was some type of trope or the writing was bad at all. It was just, I think it was an exaggeration. And so therefore I wouldn't really say it was a good depiction of a real psychopath, Maybe it was just a depiction of someone without discipline. Apparently the drugs in the Korova milk bar had a big impact on his actions, as is known for causing psychotic breaks in frequent consumers. Oh, I was unaware of that. I didn't realize what the milk bar actually was. Interesting. Which I guess would make sense if there was some sort of... Because I wondered what the trauma was, what the external stimuli was to make him bad, and obviously you can write anybody bad and they're just born bad, but most of the time when we learn about crazy people in these true crime stories, they tend to have some sort of thing, abuse when they're younger, traumatic event that they saw, or they're in the military, Not saying all military people go like that, but there are some that experience the thrill to them of violence, and then they continue down that path, being desensitized towards it, I suppose. Everyone in McKinney is dead. It's hot in McKinney. It's stuck in my head. What is it? The Philly giant drones. I don't know, man. That one was very strange. That's one of those ones where the fact that we just don't talk about it, and then even Trump, do you remember whenever he was at some meeting, in the, close to when he was signing all those stupid executive orders and shit, and they're sir, do you have any updates on what the alien drone situation is that you guys just don't talk about anymore? He's the drone situation. Cheryl, can you look into the drone situation and get back to me about... Okay, cool. Cheryl's gonna look into that. And I feel like he literally asked one of his assistants to go look into it, and it was just... I don't know. It was just really funny. But it was also just weird. I don't know. I feel like if ever there was a controlled opposition type character to place there, Trump is just so perfect for that, because he's funny. He makes people laugh, and when you laugh, it diffuses your emotions. It also makes a lot of people angry, but that's perfect. That's a perfect character to divide people, where it's you make the one side laugh and they admire him or some shit, and then the other side it's vigorously, infuriated by his existence, and I'm like, this is just such a perfect character. Perhaps even the last president we ever have. Alaska has aquatic aliens. Nice, dude. Trump's confidence also comforts people. I mean, he is a master, at coming out and just kind of remember that one, it got turned into a meme when he comes out and they're what did you think about the death of so-and-so? And he's he takes a deep breath, puts his hands up, and he's this is the first time I'm hearing about this, actually. It's just it's really bad and it's not good. All right, God bless everyone. Walks off. I don't know. It's weird. All of it's so strange. how do you come out of the gate as president with all those curated, filmed executive orders, one of them being $500 billion in AI infrastructure? That was weird to me. How seamless that was. You know what I mean? $500 billion of AI infrastructure, and then you have Palantir launching domestically, and then you have what was the big beautiful bill, the biggest, most beautifulest? I know that passed by one vote, right? But then wasn't there something about like there was no regulation of AI for the next decade or something? No regulation on AI at all for the next decade? Did that pass, or did that get flipped in like the final bill? I don't know. It's weird. No state regulation. So versus federal, or I don't know. Anyways, I'm just terrified of AI, really. I'm terrified of like just some like strange AI grid system monitoring all of us and taking over and just becoming our new god, essentially. They took it out at the end. Interesting. So there will be regulation then. What does that mean? This is a watershed moment. All of the countries are fighting to make sure that on top of things as AI advances and becomes crucial to the economy. Yeah, and it's just scary because it's like, it almost like allows, like, it kind of reminds me in many ways of like the military industrial complex, where you kind of have to like let it get insanely bloated and in control because you're fearful that if you don't, you're going to lose the arms race. And then in a similar fashion, you have to let AI get like bloated and out of control, and like essentially whoever controls it is, I mean, that's such a perfect fucking piece of technology to utilize by the intelligence agencies, which I'm sure they've been using it for like decades at this point. But oops, hi kitty. Peter Thiel is very weird. I think one of the weirdest things was, and I'm not trying to be mean or anything like that, but I was approached by, you might be familiar with the site Rumble. So I was approached by the site Rumble to, put my content over there because they're trying to expand their content reach. They're trying to like do stuff other than just like political stuff. Now, Rumble primarily existed as sort of like an alternative to YouTube, like like whenever people were getting, banned on the right or whatever, left and right from YouTube, it was like sort of like the conservative, conspiratorial like haven or whatever, you know what I mean, where you can just say everything you want. But then I come to find out, like looking into Rumble was like heavily invested by like characters like Peter Thiel, the same ones that control and develop like Palantir, and like are like loosely connected to that In-Q-Tel group, which we found was like a investment arm of the CIA and all that kind of stuff. And so in my mind, I'm like, okay, that's a bit odd. But honestly, if you ever like really wanted to like dig in to the mind of like the conservative, conspiratorial, because I mean, at the end of the day, the ones that are like objectively more of a threat to like a government apparatus would be like the more constitutional, the more patriotic, the more trained in military things, the more capable of survival skills, the ones that look into things, you know what I mean? Like they're just more discerning of like the crazier shit or whatever, So like if you wanted to like just collate and see everything that they're saying, wouldn't it make a ton of sense to just kind of like relegate them off in their own corner somewhere on a website, and then you just like collect all the fucking data of everything they're ever thinking or saying all the time, so you could just kind of create like sweeping data points indicating exactly what is going through their sort of like mind at that point, you know what I mean? But yeah, I don't know, it's just weird. I mean, because at the end of the day, like it would be a failure of the intelligence states to not control the narrative on both sides anyways, I think. So I'm impressed. I mean, I genuinely am impressed. I'm genuinely impressed how effective they are at dividing most people, really. I mean, I didn't think it would be that easy. I thought people were in 2012, when like a lot of these ideas were free flowing, there wasn't as much like left-right divide. I genuinely thought it would be impossible. I thought it would be impossible to divide most people or confuse them in certain like ideological narratives any further. But God bless, Donald Trump essentially in this case, and the media that, fuels his fire, because he was the perfect, trump card in a lot of ways to create the sort of division in which they're trying to, create. And it's weird. It's weird to watch in real time, I suppose. It always gets worse, right? Yeah. And I'm sorry if I kind of like muse on about these sort of ambiguous conspiratorial ideas, but you just see it. You start to recognize the patterns, and it just, you can't unsee it. You know what I mean? We outnumber them. I mean, can you run a mile? I'm not even joking. Like, what's your mile time? You can crawl. You can run fast enough, long ass legs. Hell yeah, that's what I like to hear. We're gonna need you on the unicycle. There's gonna be a whole battalion of you guys on unicycles. January 6th, too. Electric Boogaloo. JK. Sniper. Typical Virgo with the 1 month. I love your content, hearing your thoughts on these live streams. I gotta go to bed. Love you all. Love you, Joel. Love you too, Virgo. Take care. Thank you. Femme fatale. Hawk, your mile is 5.5 minutes. Don't even joke. You gotta be. Are you serious? You doing circus arts? That's awesome. If you have long legs, you might be good at deadlift. Wait, is long legs good at deadlift? No, long arms. Yeah, sorry. Never mind, cancel that. Hawk, I didn't even know you trained, bro. A 5.5 minute mile. Interesting. You can walk on stilts, that's sick. You're a sprinter. Okay, you sprint the mile. You have weak arms. That's okay. With deadlift, it's not so much about arm strength as it is like grip and just posterior leg strength. He just emerged from between the trees, except now he was much closer to me and coming from a different direction. He must have run through the orchard to get there ahead of me. I quickly changed direction, hurrying with Ben through the trees. I could just about see the edge of the orchard through the misty trunks. I didn't want to lose sight of our goal. I also didn't want to get caught by my would-be stalkers, so I began to speed up. So did he, behind me, and I could hear his footsteps now, jogging speed, and so I broke into a run, and so did he. The orchard's rows no longer seemed quite as straight or easy to navigate. As I ran, I briefly lost sight of the direction I knew the exit style. The exit style? Is it style? Mira, what's up, dog? You said you were working. Welcome back from Worktown. Head perched on the legs. That's funny. I hear you guys. I wear a size 30, 36 pants. We got legs on deck. There you go. Hitting them squats. Honestly, my favorite leg workout is the hack squat. If you guys ever get to use a hack squat machine, that's like 100% like my favorite. I'm gonna make like a baby and head out. Good night, sweet bar footies dreams. Thank you, Prime. Good to see you. The orchard's rows no longer seemed quite as straight or easy to navigate. As I ran, I briefly lost sight of the direction I knew the exit style to be in. I didn't want to stop, and I let the guy potentially catch me, but I needed my bearings. Whirling around, suddenly angry, I turned to face him. But the man was gone. No sign of him. I tried to peer through the trees, looking for a shape, a shadow, anything. I crouched down, hoping to see past the trunks of the short, squat apple trees. No sign of the guy. Ben took this as... It's so funny naming your dog Ben. Ben Kenobi. Hawk Tua running a 5.5 minute mile. That is insane to me. Kitty lover, thank you. Love you too, bro. Good to see you. I think my best mile was a little under 6 minutes. That's sick. That is really good. I jogged and I hurt myself. Ben took this as an opportunity to get excited and start trying to lick my face, and I had to fight to avoid getting distracted. I had to take the situation seriously, I felt. I managed to work out the direction we needed to head in and started to jog through the trees again. The fact that I'd lost sight of the stalker wasn't filling me with any confidence. I made it a few more meters when, sure enough, there he was again, moving to my right. This time, though, he caused me to stop in my tracks. Sometime during his last disappearance, the orchard stalker had removed... Oh my god. Is this a farm story? Whatever, who cares? How's Joel's back? It's good. It's honestly doing so much better. Like, I went to the gym today, and it was crazy because it was doing so good, and then during one of my, like, sort of circuit workouts I was doing, and just sort of like a larger superset, I tried to incorporate some front squat. And genuinely, I thought like maybe the front squat wouldn't like apply direct pressure to like my spine, but it did. It did do that, and it wasn't terrible, but it wasn't great. And I don't know. I don't think it set me back because when I was at the gym today, I felt pretty good. So, and I've been able to like bend over and shit without like having to think about it too much. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's like, yeah, you're like a little too good. I mean, I'm still tight as shit, but at least there's one thing that, like, whenever I, like, bend over, it used to be that there's, like, something around, like, my internal abdomen, like, / spine that just wouldn't quite activate, you know, and it almost made me feel, like, unstable, and therefore it was, like, tightening all the muscles in, like, compensation. But now it seems like it's doing pretty good. So praise God for that, honestly. Like, you don't realize how freaking weak you are as a human until you get shit on by some sort of stupid injury. Yeah, you bend over and poop. You can touch your palms to the floor, that's sweet. I can get down there, but it's definitely not, I'm not some type of contortionist. Praised be God. Align my chalkers. Amish horror would be good. Do you have any of your own horror stories you could tell us? Oh. No, I don't. Do I have all my teeth? I had my wisdom teeth removed. And I guess... I want to say, like, whenever I got my braces when I was younger, I feel like I vaguely recall there were certain teeth that were removed so that it would be easier to do the braces, but I don't remember which ones. I remember I used to have, like, really sharp canines. Like, my canine teeth legitimately kind of look like vampiric. And now they're not quite like that anymore, and it makes me sad. Doing anything for the 4th? I don't know, honestly. I might hang out with people or something and go to like a fireworks show of sorts, or... Nobody's said anything yet, which just means I'm old and have no friends. This time, though, he caused me to stop in my tracks. Sometime during his last disappearance, the orchard stalker had removed his pants, and for want of a better word, he was letting it all hang free. Very gross. And that's when I recognized him. I'd seen this guy before while walking Ben around this area, and a few other dog walkers had pointed him out as acting strangely. There had also been recent talk of a flasher in the area, but it wasn't until now that the two things were connected. But it wasn't until now that the two things were connected. Oh, I see. Old friendless dustbag, yeah. Yeah, I don't even know, man. your witch buddy and chart your moon together. Is it going to be a full moon during that time? We might, honestly. They might do something fun, hopefully. Favorite wind down music or pastime? Yeah, whenever I'm going to bed, I'll just like watch Hearthstone videos, and that usually makes me fall asleep. And then I've been putting ocean sounds in the background to fall asleep lately. That was a big yawn, yeah. Shit, I gotta go to bed, damn, bro. There had also been recent talk of a flasher in the area, but it wasn't until now that the two things were connected. This guy was the local flasher, great, and now he was following me through the orchard. Ben began to growl, and I realized that if I was close enough to the... Ben began to growl, and I realized that if I was close enough to the flasher to recognize him, then he was close enough to catch up with me. He took a couple of tentative steps towards me, and I felt a genuine, icy terror coursing through my chest. This is back in the 2000s, too, and we didn't carry our mobile phones everywhere at all times, so I had my phone with me, but it was in my car. Well, that's fine, I told myself. I just need to get back to the car and call the police. The problem is, I needed to make it there before the flasher got to me. I had no idea what he'd do if he caught me, and I didn't want to find out. There was only one thing that I could do. Run. And so I did. With Ben at my side, I sprinted through the orchard. Thankfully, it wasn't harvesting time, so the ground wasn't lousy with fallen apples that could send me sprawling. And I did have to duck and dodge the occasional branch, though, especially since I wanted to put a lot of distance between myself and the flasher. When I finally reached the end of the... Hey, Christy, what's up, dude? When I finally reached... Do you listen to your own podcasts? I do not, no. I mean, I listened to the No Sleep one recently, and that was a lot of fun, honestly. The whole thing was really good. And sometimes I'll listen to the Twist of History just to kind of get a vibe on it. But honestly, just not a fan of listening to myself. And I definitely don't listen to, like, Let's Read or anything like that, because I think I've heard enough of it from my own mouth. When I finally reached the edge of the orchard, I had no idea if he'd been following me. I made for the stile and quickly climbed over, feeding Ben's leash through to the other side as he crawled under the planks. As I was climbing over, I could see that the flasher was still a ways into the orchard. He definitely followed me, but not too closely, and now he was standing there, pants off, just sort of blankly staring after me. And from there, it was a single open field back to the car. I got in and immediately called the cops. Unfortunately, in a small countryside town, they didn't have the resources to send someone down there right then as an emergency. And the officer I spoke to implied that there had been a number of reports of a flasher too, and they were looking into it. I guess they did in fact look into it, as sometime later I was called to identify my flasher and stalk her in a lineup. I drove over to the neighboring town where the identity parade took place, and... The identity parade. Hey, you American friendilios. Happy Independence Day and escaping our grasp. Yeah, we barely made it. That's a shame you have a relaxing voice. Found you 2 years. Your voice helps me sleep sometimes. Wait, what's the shame? Did I do something that was shameful? He found out that I'm a flasher, notorious around various orchards. Oh, that I don't enjoy my own voice, yeah. I mean, I think it's fine, you know what I mean? I just, and not that I would say that it would be necessarily narcissistic to enjoy your own voice, but, I just, don't have any use for it or anything like that. I drove over to the neighboring town where the identity parade took place and picked the guy out. There was no mistaking him, although thankfully he wore pants that day. Unfortunately, not enough of the other women he'd also flashed were able to correctly pick him out in the identity parade, and charges couldn't be pursued. Damn it. Damn it to hell. Unfortunately, not enough of the other women he'd also flashed were able to correctly pick him out in the identity parade, and charges couldn't be pursued. I don't know why when I see the word pursued it looks like perused. Obama. James Spader. James Spader does have a great voice. Taking the family to Disney Town. My lumbar is getting better. Did you watch that Tires show? Unfortunately, not enough of the other women he'd also flashed were able to correctly pick him out in the identity parade, and charges couldn't be pursued at the time. Kind of a bummer, but what can you do? Thankfully, it seems like the threat of almost arrest was enough to stop the guy from going down to the dog walk and flashing women, at least for a while. I never saw him down there again, but I did see him around town on occasion. My son, who was at the town library one day, also saw him trying to leave the library suspiciously. He recognized the guy because I'd pointed him out to my son previously. The man was trying to steal books. He exited the library and the theft alarm went off. And so he reached into the huge backpack that he always carried, removed a few books and then threw them onto the desk and then just scurried off. Nobody even tried to challenge him, according to my son. This was nearly 20 years ago now, so who knows what this guy's up to, or even if he's still alive. I haven't seen him around town in a long time, and either way though, let's hope he gave up his life of crime or stuck to stealing library books instead of stalking and flashing women out at the park. It seems like a pretty lucrative job. Oh man. Alright, 2 more stories, dudes. Do I do it? I think I kind of have to. I think I kind of have to bang through these and just get it done, even if it will cut into bedtime. And I'm gonna get spanked for being late. But it'd be really funny if Trump farted on like live TV. It's okay. I think it was long overdue to kind of like bitch about things, you know what I mean? He farted a lot in court, apparently. That's awesome. Remember when Joe Biden pooped his pants? I remember that was like really early into his presidency or something like that. It was, he like went and visited the Pope, and then people said that he like had to leave because he shit himself, and I don't know, I just heard that on the side somewhere, and I thought that was pretty funny. Reporters complained about the smell. Why can't I say fart? What do you mean? Fart, I see it. Just like go to shake the Pope's hand, he's like, I shit myself. Or maybe the Pope did like a spell on him. He might have like blessed him in like a weird way and just like voided his bowels. Yeah. Joe Biden. I like forget that Joe Biden was president. It's just like so funny. Like what the fuck was going on? He's in terrible condition mentally now. They don't have to drug him up and take him coherent. Well, that's bullshit. He's perfect for president then. Get him in for a 9th term. He was meeting the poop instead. Yeah, that was all the sin. his youngest son gave him a crack pipe, and he's like, I can't hold it in anymore. It's kind of like his morning coffee. It just comes right out of him. I'm one kid of many from a former farming family. We sold the business some years ago because local farming just isn't what it's used for. Oh my gosh. We sold the business some years ago because local farming just isn't what it used to be. Far too hard to maintain, but I'll always have extremely happy memories of growing up on a farm. We worked hard, played well, got up at the crack of dawn, went to bed exhausted, and generally lived a solid, honest existence. Our family farm was a decently sized grain farm, focused on various crops. At one point, we had lots of workers and lots of machinery. We also had a number of silos for storing the grain. Anyone who's visited farming country has probably seen them, or some variant. Squat metal cylinders that stood on stands, basically. We didn't have those really large, fancy ones that you see sometimes, but they had presence enough to be notable and very memorable. Now, I won't bore all of you by going into details of how grain silos work, but what you need to know is that they're essentially huge metal tubes, some tall as skyscrapers, and after a harvest, they're filled with grain that can be stored up, packed up, and shipped off to sell. Now, as kids, my family was strict about farm equipment, because it's farm equipment, you know? They had to be. You can't just play around with that kind of stuff. One single error of judgment and you just lost a hand or a leg or maybe your scalp. And so, here and there as little kids, we'd get taken around the farm. This tour was usually by our mom, and we'd have to explain to her exactly what a machine was and why it was dangerous. This tour was usually by our mom, and we'd have to explain to her. So here we are. So here and there, as little kids, we get taken around the farm. This tour was usually by our mom, and we'd have to she'd have to reiterate. What's got me in such a good mood? What is the rant? Was it the rant? Was I in a good mood? Did my mood change? I don't know. I think as the stream goes on, I get like more comfortable with everybody too. You know what I mean? So maybe I just feel more comfy, cozy, being myself. If this is a story about him falling in the silo, it kind of sounds like they're building up to that exact story, to be honest with you. Everyone seen Astro Child tonight? I do believe Astro Child came in earlier. He said something like I don't remember what they said, but I did see them. Said the N-word and left, and I was like, okay, bro, that was weird. Free speech, I guess. Cinnamon punched them. This tour was usually by our mom, and we'd have to explain to her exactly what a machine was and why it was dangerous. And this is how she drummed it into our heads, scaring the bejesus out of us by having us talk about limbs being cut off and all sorts of things like that. But when we'd get to the grain silos, it was all very vague. Mom would stop and get very serious for a moment. You can't teach kids about danger if you make it too scary and serious. And we'd stand and look up at that metal silo. We'd say something like, "These are the grain silos, and we don't climb up the ladders ever. If you fall in, you don't come out." And then Mom would hurry us away onto the next part of our tour, which I think was the thresher machines and all of the other random stuff. And I'm not sure that... And then Mom would hurry us away onto the next part of the tour. Now, I'm not sure that any of me or my 5 siblings really thought about what it meant to fall into a grain silo at the time. To me, the danger was falling in when... I don't know if you've seen that clip. It's like, it doesn't even seem real. Like, it doesn't even seem real, but it's like Trump being interviewed by some like legacy media guy from like Fox News or something like that. And he's like, he's throwing around the N-word. Do you know what the N-word is? And he gets like this coy smile on his face, like, And then someone, I don't know, someone put some like sort of like ominous music in it, but he's just like, his face like, do you know what it is? Do you know? And then the guy was like, nuclear? And he's like, yes. And he's like, I'm glad you cleared that up. But it's just like, so, it's like, what the fuck? What the fuck is going on, man? I just don't know how you control, like how you can be in that position and just like feel comfortable enough to just like troll so fucking hard. To me, the danger was falling in when they were empty because, well, it'd be a huge fall. Way more than enough to kill you. And as a kid, I had no idea whether the grain silos were usually empty or full, so I just figured that was the danger most of the time. But how wrong I was. You see, falling into a grain silo when it's empty, sure, that'd probably kill you enough. A quick drop, a sudden death, just like any other high fall. Getting stuck in a grain silo when it's full of grain, though, yeah, that's the actual danger. That's what had Mom so spooked and why we weren't to go anywhere near those silos. Anyone who grew up on a farm will, you know, nuka-sexual. Dun, dun, dun. They should have a grain silo as a death sentence, yeah. Or like quicksand. Quicksand would be pretty bad. It's weird though. You think like after like a few people like just dying in there. Can you imagine like somebody did die there, or you just think that they, like it was like a farmhand, and then they just like left. You thought they just left the farm or whatever. And then you slowly empty out the grain to like produce whatever it is you're producing with that. And by the end of the season, you just find like a decomposed like skeleton inside the grain silo. You're like, what the fuck? There's Jerry. Also, anyone who grew up on a farm will know about this. There's all sorts of data about the ever-increasing reign of grain silo deaths, and around 15 years ago there was a big to-do about changing the law so younger farm workers weren't even allowed access inside a grain silo, but that never went through in the end due to farmers protesting, I guess. And if you don't know, some grain farms require the workers to go inside the silos to walk down the grain, and it can be very dangerous. There are all sorts of laws about grain silos, and they differ. As someone who lives in farm country, happens often. The guy passed a couple years ago, the next town over from falling in at the elevator in town. Damn. Oh wait, falling at the elevator? Or falling in a grain silo? Because I was thinking like, man, if people are still dying from grain silos, you think like some relatively intelligent person would figure out some... Oh, I got it figured out. Just put filters. Literally just put like circular shaped filters that operate, that kind of like, you know, they're just like crisscross, almost like a pop filter or some shit. But they would have to be pretty big so the grain could go through, but that every like, you know, fucking, yeah, like a mesh, or I mean, yeah, or a net, like, I don't know, just like something that would allow the grain to go through, but then like every 3 feet, in case it was like a baby or a kid or something, like, well, maybe even shorter than that, just gets stopped, right? Or then you would have to go, I guess, all the way to the top of the silo to like fill it. I mean, I guess it could fill from the bottom too, but there's got to be something, like some type of strainer that you could like build. If you're gonna build a big structure like that, why wouldn't it build like some fashion of like cross section or something? I don't know. Yeah, you end up getting strained. You end up getting like cut into pieces as you fall down through it. As teenagers, always dare each other to swim at night. I get slightly scared. Oh, yeah. I thought you were gonna say you told, go in the grain silo. What about a rope that is attached to the top of the silo you can clip onto? That's smart too, you know? I mean, yeah, like an on-belay system or something. You could have that where, like, you start to fall in and then the person who's, I don't know, it's like a buddy system or whatever. Or even, literally just the clip, so, like, you can still apply pressure of, like, your weight. But then at a certain length, you don't get, like, pulled down. They do wear harnesses usually. Oh, okay, well, that makes sense. Alright, I guess they've already solved this issue. But I could definitely see people just being like, I don't need a harness, and then they just die a slow, painful, suffocating death. A portal gun, yeah, duh. There are all sorts of laws about grain silos, and they differ from commercial farming and independent farming. Lots of differences, actually. And the only law we knew, though, was Mom's law. Us kids did not do any work around the grain silos. She just wasn't having it. Our dad never seemed too concerned, but Mom was the real power in our household. It was her family farm, after all, and our grandparents also agreed with her. The kids don't work in the silos ever. Not while I live and breathe, she said. And I would later find out that she actually meant that. She never wanted any of us kids to work in a grain silo, and she knew that it was important work that had to be done, but something about the silos spooked her. I guess maybe she had a bit of a woman's intuition, given what came next. One day, one of the farm workers, who held a relatively senior role, simply didn't show up to work. Rick had always been one of the most reliable men that you would ever know. Hadn't taken a sick day in all of his years on the farm. He was in his 50s, a beloved fixture around the farm, a favorite to everyone. Rick was our uncle, Mom's brother-in-law through marriage to her younger sister, our aunt. So when he simply didn't show up one day, it was kind of crazy unusual. Work carried on as normal as it could without him, but both Mom and Dad were super stressed at Rick's absence. And there was also talk about nearby. Wait, is this story turning into exactly the scenario in which I just laid out? About the person going missing and then them finding it in there? That's insane. That's actually insane. I was just like, that's really fucking funny, bro. Holy shit. What keeps the grain silo from getting moldy and gross? Oh, let's ask. I think it's basically Mark Wahlberg. Like every Vietnamese person Mark Wahlberg attacks, it keeps the mold away. Alright, how do grain silos keep from getting moldy? Air dryers and whatnot. Okay, moisture control. Drying before storage. Grain is usually dried to a safe moisture level around 12 to 14% depending on the crop. Before going into the silo, mold thrives in moisture. Aeration systems. Most silos have built-in fans and ventilation ducts to circulate air and keep the grain cool and dry. Mark Wahlberg attacks a Vietnamese man every year to bring about good luck. Okay. So now we're starting to kind of like figure this out. It seems that it's sort of a ritual of sorts for good crop. Work carried on as normal as... Okay. Work carried on as normally as it could without him, but both Mom and Dad were super stressed at Rick's absence. They were talking about it nearby when my younger sister, Ella Beth, said something like, "Uncle Rick went into the grain silo." They questioned her on what she meant, and Ella Beth claimed that she saw Uncle Rick on top of the grain silo in the night when she was getting a glass of water. It was true that you could see the grain silo from that farmhouse kitchen, but why would Rick be on the farm? But why would Rick be on the farm overnight in the first place? Still, Dad went over to the silos and he and a worker checked. I was nearby and I was kind of nervous about Rick too, and nervous about my dad going into the silo, so I hung around to watch. Oops. You don't store grain, you eat it. You don't store grain. You eat it. Sounds like American Psycho. Don't just stare at it. Eat it. Did you have a particularly good day today? You're giving off a great vibe today. Maybe I did. Maybe the best day of my life. It was the best day of my life. I heard Dad shout, and I could tell something was wrong immediately. By late afternoon, Rick's body had... Okay, I feel like I have to say that a much more scarier, but we did predict that. Even though it's sad. Nervous about... Oh, yeah. Malice, welcome to the Buttersock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Thank you. I heard Dad shout out, and I could tell something was wrong immediately. By late afternoon, Rick's body had been recovered from the silo. I was there when the workers, the sheriff, and a couple of his deputies laid Rick out on a tarp on the ground. And by all that's holy, I wish I hadn't seen it. You see, sometimes when you fall in a grain silo, you suffocate. Being compressed by grain does terrible things to the human body by itself, and Rick's face looked like it had been taken a bit. Hey, Lauren, thank you for the gifters. What does that put us at for gifters tonight? Thank you for the 5 to Christy O'Brien, LaFox69, Shwoo, Mindy Stamper, Pyrex. Welcome, friends. Thank you, Lauren. Being compressed by grain does terrible things to the human body by itself, and Rick's face looked like it had taken a beating. But it wasn't the pressure of the grain that suffocated him, it was the grain itself. He drowned in it, slowly and painfully, inhaling grains of wheat after he'd sunk... Damn, dude. Inhaling grains of wheat after he'd sunk beneath the surface. You could tell by looking at him, too, by the state of the body. Now, I don't want to be terrible by describing my uncle's body. Y'all can look up the Wikipedia page for grain entrapment if you want the specific details, but even still, let me tell you, it was absolutely and completely horrific to see. I had nightmares for months after as a kid, and from what I heard, so did other people too. I know that members of my family definitely did. Damn. Ever watch Barry? There's a death by grain scene. Oh no, I haven't. Take my magnesium. Oh fuck, I might have to jump off after this, honestly. I know that members of my family did. Life had to go on, and since we lived and worked on a grain farm, that meant the silos had to stay operational. I think everyone regarded them with a little more fear and suspicion from that day on. There had only been one other silo death from the... One other silo death? What? There had only been one other silo death on the farm many years back in my grandparents' day, and one near miss rescue. Malice, thank you for the gifter too. Justin Ballas, welcome, thank you. There had only been one other silo death on the farm, many years back in my grandparents' day, and one near-miss rescue when I was younger, but Rick's death hit different for a number of reasons. The main reason, though, was why Rick died. Remember Elabeth said that she'd seen Rick climbing the grain silo at night? That turned out to be correct. Rick had died deep down in that grain silo. Within minutes, he would have sunk deep beneath the grain and then slowly suffocated over hours. There was no note, so we don't know for sure, but the way we figure, Rick did this to himself. He drove to the farm late at night, climbed up into the grain silo, and opted to step off the ledge and into the grain. Why? Who knows? People do funny things due to undiagnosed mental health issues. We suspect it was deliberate, though, because that's how Dad knew to call for help and mount the recovery mission. When Dad climbed up the ladder and into the hatch, he found Rick's boots, jacket, and watch neatly placed on one side of the ledge, the only indicator that someone was down there in the dark. Wait, is that? When Dad climbed up the ladder and into the hatch, he'd found Rick's boots, jacket, and watch neatly placed on one side of the ledge, the only indicator that someone was down there in the dark depths of the silo. Damn, dude. Literally curd himself. Oh, fuck, I gotta go to bed, guys. I'm 2 hours late. But I love you, appreciate you. Thanks for chatting with me tonight. I will get another story recorded and get this up on Patreon tomorrow. It's only $1 a month for early access over there. Burp. And then, we'll get it up on YouTube, same time, same place. 9 p.m. EST. What day? It is Wednesday, so we got all sorts. Or it's now Thursday, but new podcast is out. That comes out every Tuesday. New history podcast comes out every Wednesday. There's a new Saturn Soul video with a true crime. Go subscribe to my true crime channel. Go follow A Twist of History, available anywhere you listen to podcasts. And lots of exciting, new No Sleep, episode that I'm on. You should go check that out. Hell yeah. We got good things coming down the line, and thank you guys for being there with me throughout all of it. Love you, appreciate you, and I will see you probably this Sunday then. Okay, goodbye.